Dear friends, good afternoon, everybody. We will start the most prestigious oration of Pediatric Allergy and Immunology chapter of Indian Academy of Pediatrics. Dr. H. Paramesh and Dr. Nagaraju oration will start now. I request the advisor of this group and also our beloved friend, Dr. Paramesh, please come to the dais. I also invite Dr. Kaishabi, the daughter-in-law of late Dr. Nagaraju. Please come. Dr. Kaishabi is an ENT surgeon, mainly interested in allergy and immunology. He is the main force behind the fellowship course in Savitha Medical College. I had the fortune to be the examiner of this course last time. She was very active in conducting this course. And okay, yeah. Dr. H. Paramesh need no introduction to you. All of you know him very well. And even he was introduced during his talk on allergy and environment. He is a pediatric pulmonologist, environmentalist, and allergologist. In AOP, he has the unique position as the chairperson of 3 chapters. Chairperson of the pediatric pulmonology chapter, then allergy chapter, and environmental chapter. I now invite the orator, Dr. Nimesh Kumar, the national president of AOP. My beloved colleague, friend, and student, please come and sit in the dais. Then continue with the CV of Dr. Paramesh. He is a visiting professor in USA, Canada, Italy, Nepal, and UK. He is a visiting professor of Devita Center of Climate Change in Bangalore. Then he was the WHO representative on climate and health working group in Geneva. He was the founder member and also the advisor of the Thalassemia Society of Bangalore. He is advisor to WHO, UNICEF, COMET, and Alliance of Child Health, Geneva. And the chairperson for his talk was presenting a very interesting data regarding Dr. Paramesh. He has, to his credit, more than 665 scientific papers and talks. 665. 43 Oration Awards. Number of Oration Awards are 43. More than 43 Oration Awards. And he has written 42 chapters in various books. And he has got 88 publications in national and international journal. And he had the most prestigious Chandilal Seth Oration Award of Indian Academy of Pediatrics in 2008, and also Shivaburi Memorial Oration Award in 2011. With great pleasure, I just introduce beloved Dr. Paramesh to you. Regarding Dr. Major Nagaraju, Dr. Major Nagaraju and Dr. Paramesh and myself worked very hard to start this pediatric allergy and immunology chapter of Indian Academy of Pediatrics. Actually, the main work was done by Nagaraju, and I still remember in all conferences, pediatric conferences, Nagaraju will be there with the application of this allergy chapter, and he got the concurrence for this chapter, and this chapter was started in 2010 at Hyderabad when Dr. Deepak Ugra was the national president and I was the president-elect. He was the director of VN Allergy and Asthma Hospital, and here is a MBBS from Venkateswara University in 1988, DCH from Pune University 1991, MD Pediatrics from AFMC, Pune, 1991. He was a past secretary and past president of Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Tamil Nadu branch. He was very active in IAP. He was a National Executive Board member of IAP for more than 3 times. And also he was an EB member when I was the national president also in 2011. And he was selected as the national vice president in 2021 with a thumping majority. He got the maximum votes during that election. He can be considered as the father of pediatric allergy in India. And he was the director of the fellowship course of allergy and immunology at Savitha Medical College, Chennai. He had a lot of publications, and he has written a book on manual on pediatric allergy. He had done a lot of works, lot of publications in national and international journals, and he has attended a lot of international conferences also. But unfortunately, we lost him in the last year, and so we have heartfelt condolence to his family. His wife is Dr. Visharashi, who is gynecologist working in their own hospital. He has got 2 sons. Satyam is doing pulmonology fellowship in ICH Chennai, and the elder son, Dr. Karthik, who is doing a DM critical care and pulmonology in St. John's Medical College. And we have with us Dr. Kaishabi, who is an ENT surgeon, mainly interested in allergy and immunology. And with these words, I request Dr. Jose to introduce the orator.
Thank you. Thank you, Kumar sir. So already Dr. Kumar sir mentioned the need of the importance of the oration of a prestigious oration of allergy and applied immunology chapter, Dr. H. Paramesh and late Major K. Nagaraju oration. To give oration, we have none other than our own national president, Dr. Ramesh Kumar, here to give orations. To introduce Ramesh Kumar, I think it is an oration for all of us. So I will go through very brief regarding the to introduce Ramesh Kumar. He is very good, close friend of me and Sumar sir, and all of us is a close friend in personal attachment. His graduations from Medical College Kottayam and PG from Solapur, and he received fellowship of Indian Academy in 2011. He received a Diploma of Pediatric Environmental Health and International Pediatric Association, Melbourne in 2013. He is the master trainer of majority of the Central IAP action plan like ATM, ARCTM module, and Science of Actionology, National TB Eradication Program, and problem solving pediatric infectious disease, and many other modules of the Central IAP. He is the key person to start and forward the action plan of Central IAP. And to his experience, he's one of the senior most pediatricians of Kerala. He is a senior consultant and HOD pediatrics of a prestigious institution of Kerala, the Apollo Adlax Hospital, Angamali, for the last 3 years. And previously, he was a senior consultant and chief medical superintendent of a prestigious hospital in Pandalam, his own native place, NSS Pandalam Medical Mission. For more than around 20 years, he was a medical superintendent there. And in his credit, lot of awards and recognitions and orations are there, of which few of them are Dr. Deshpande Oration of Telangana State Academy of Pediatrics in 2019, Meghalaya State Pediatric Society Oration in 2018, and Dr. H. Paramesh Inaugural Oration of Environmental Chapter, Indian Academy of Pediatrics in 2019, and Ganesh Memorial Oration of Lakeside Hospital and Bangalore Pediatric Society in 2014. And more awards are, more recognitions for his contributions are there. And he is one of the grassroots worker of IAP. He start his association activity as a local branch treasurer to secretary to state branch president to state secretary, and he is a lot of association activities, state president, state secretary, and he is a national secretary. He is the first person to become National Secretary of our IAP, Central IAP, from outside from Mumbai. He's in 2018 and 2019. He's the first national president of Environmental and Child Health Chapter in 2013 and 2017. He is a national coordinator of both PG and UG quiz programs. And he is a state secretary of IAP Kerala and state secretary of NNF, state president of NF Kerala, and national secretary of Environment and Child Health Group, national coordinator of respiratory module, workshop in Pediatrics. And he is now holding our prestigious association as a national president of Central IAP to 2022. And he got a lot of research and publications, and he's a man with a good scientific content, good academic activities, good research activities, and publications. He authored a chapter on impact of media in undergraduate textbook of pediatrics in 2018. He authored a chapter on diagnostic of allergy disorders in IAP test of tropical pediatrics in 2019. Article in Indian Journal of Pediatrics on child desire smoke-free world in March 2018. The chief editor of Pediatric Companion, that is a mouthpiece of IAP Kerala. He is a journal he is the chief editor of Pediatric Companion from 2011 to 2014, and he is the chief editor of Enrich, the official publication of IAP Environment Chapter Group, and he is the editor of IAP Test of Rational Antibody Practice in 2019, and associate editor of MACPI Textbook of Management of Algorithm in Common Pediatric Problem by JP Publications in 2014, and associate editor of Pediatric Digestive by JP Brothers in 2016, and associate editor of prestigious textbook Partha's textbook 101 clinical pairs in 2017, and he is one of the key pairs in the faculty in the state level, national level, and international level. He is a faculty apart from the state and national level. He is a faculty for Asian Pediatric Congress and Penga, Malaysia in 2015. He is a faculty at UA Pediatric Update held in October in Sharjah 2017 and 2018. He is a master trainer and faculty for about 8 academic modules, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, master trainer for 2 programs of government, like prestigious program of central government, like R&DSP and NSK program, regular faculty, guest speaker on the national level of Indian Academy of Pediatrics and other national level pediatric congress since 2010 onwards. Without a Ramesh Kumar, no national level program with a faculty is not conducted from 2010 onwards. With these words, I introduce our very good academician, very good friend, and very good organizer, very good leader for giving the oration of prestigious oration of Dr. H. Paramesh and late Major K. Nagaraju oration. I invite Dr. Ramesh to give an oration on our prestigious oration. Over to Ramesh, sir.
Chairperson of the oration session, Chairperson of the chapter, Dr. T. U. Sukumaran, and Secretary of the chapter, Secretary of the chapter, as well as the President-elect of the chapter, Dr. Joso, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, esteemed academicians, beloved friends. It gives me an immense pleasure to be here as an orator for this prestigious oration from the allergy chapter. Basically, on 3 counts, I must take 1, 2, 3. The oration in the name of a living legend in the allergy chapter or allergy domain of in India, I must say. A man with a scientific content of, as always Dr. Sukumaran sir, more than 160 scientific publications, 36 orations, more than 80 textbook editors and chapters, and whatnot. And on the doyen and the icon of allergy on the international arena from the IAP, Dr. Paramesh, sir, and as well as a legend whom we lost last year. Just now I learned from it was June 19, 2021, a legend we lost, who have been, as Sukumaran sir, I've seen him running around with the application form of the allergy chapter to make the chapter maybe in 2010-11 executive board meetings. He comes with a bunch of purpose and see that the signature and the nomination. And so he has taken that much pain individually at that level to have the chapter initiated. And he was a person who took the chapter to a different level on immunotherapy as one important integral component of allergy treatment and made it, popularize it among his colleagues and had a lot of fellowship programs. We have a lot of students taking up the allergy training afterwards. Dr. Major Nagaraju, and we are quite fortunate that Dr. Kashyap, his daughter-in-law, is here, giving us good remembrances about Dr. Nagaraju on this platform. Well, friends, apart from the oration on these two great legends, I'm so proud to be with the oration where my mentor and my teacher in medical college, Dr. Sukumaran, is as the chairperson. Dr. Sukumaran, sir, whereby helped me. I passed out in 95 and 96 itself. He made me a member within 2 months itself. He was handheld me into IAP. And from 97 onwards, I am holding a post in IAP, maybe at the branch levels and small at the grassroots levels, as you said, treasurer, branch secretary, branch president. But everything, he was one guiding force who was inspired me. Believe me, friends, when I was told my family, wife also, I am going for IAP meeting, I said, took his name always. Sukumaran sir is there, Sukumaran sir is there. Then she said, okay. Because he is one person who is loved by everybody, and sir means business. Academics at least, and we'll have some fun in the end, but academics is there. So that was how I learned that IAP is a forum for academics with camaraderie. You learn and you experience it, and then you relax and enjoy. That's different. But learning from the books was different. Learning from this, the master's tip was different. And that's how Sukumaran sir, of course, Jose is my best soulmate, I must say, in IAP over the years. So that they are here. And third, being an orator for my chapter or a specialty which I love so much, allergy. And my good friends, right from the innumerable friends are here, apart from the stalwarts, the youngsters are there. So all are there. I'm not taking the names. All the stalwarts, youngsters are there. So happy to be there with you on this oration. So I will be taking through the slides. Can you change the purpose? Change it. Use another PPT. Well, friends, I would love to put it across to you what allergy means on a public health note or at a larger scale. You might have been learning about allergy yesterday and today and tomorrow on the clinical aspects, as well as on the diagnostic aspects, as well as on all other fronts. But more important, what allergy has got to offer, what had offered in the past, 2 to 3 decades back, what it has got to offer now, and maybe in the future, but beholds from allergy. And what exactly are the takes from the allergy at a national level? And we have been talking about allergy on the rise. Does it really mean how realistic is the, or how good or how bleak is the future on allergy in our country? May I take you through the certain propositions here? Allergic diseases, as you all understand, that it's rapidly increasing all around the world in epidemic proportions. I put the word deliberately there, epidemic proportions. With epidemic, the definition is spreading, but then maybe multiples, maybe in geometric proportions or arithmetic proportions, but it's rather increasing. Without a disproportionate increase can also be considered epidemic. So allergy is always there, and it is going up in the pediatric age group. And as you see here, the allergic the allergy spectrum holds you for atopic dermatitis, the allergy rhinitis, asthma, urticaria, food allergy, drug allergy, ocular allergies, and anaphylaxis. So it's basically a genetic tendency of atopy being coupled with the environmental triggers. It manifests right from any system in your body, maybe a skin, taking to the eyes, vital organs like eyes, or even the mucosa or the bronchial mucosa where there is a spasm, or it can be in the nasal mucosa, there can be an allergic rhinitis, and everything is happening. So allergy is basically a behavior of the body or behavior of the airways, or based more than a disease, it is a disorder. So it has got its own implications. And the atopic march, you have been talking about this atopic march from the 1990s onwards. I still remember having from the early days, any time I came to the allergy conferences, we used to listen to, and it was such a great innovation at that time. But later on, we learned that allergic march it is a part and parcel of every presentation right now. But time and again, I would love to take you through this allergic march again, because we understand that the immunoglobulin E, the high preponderance of immunoglobulin E in these children, and maybe the clinical manifestation, sensitization, clinical manifestations, everything varies. But allergic march is something a terminology which was being proposed from 1990 onwards, way back in the allergy journal in 1993 onwards, it is being proposed. And you all understand that basically it is the eczema or the atopic dermatitis is there in the infants or the preschool, the toddlers. It's basically a disease of toddlers. But you can see the atopic dermatitis, but then it peaks at a certain age and it comes down. And again, maybe the food allergy, there be there in children from the infancy to the preschool age children, it comes down by 3 to 4 years. And asthma picks up from that time, but more than that, allergic rhinitis picks up from 3 to 4 years to around 7 to 8 years or 10 years. And then asthma gets settled down as a predominant symptom of allergy. So it's something like over a period of time, how as you evolve, as you grow up, how the allergic child or individual with atopic manifestations will manifest his symptoms, provided the environmental triggers or other triggers are out there. And global burden of allergic diseases, prevalence is increasing, especially in low and middle income countries. It is increasing because the high middle income countries are already having a good amount of allergy incidents. So the increase is most visibly in the low and middle income countries, which have been boasting about more, or I won't say boasting about, I'm sorry for that take. It is actually been suffering from infections over the years. So now the infection side, this is a balance of nature. On one side, infections are coming down, and the other side, the allergic disorders, the non-communicable disorders are going up. In the adults, you see the diabetes and hypertension coming up, and in children, you see the allergic disorders going up. So it's a balance of nature. Something has to be there hitting you all around and keeping you on the toes. Man should not be, an individual should not be too arrogant and there is something to cut down his pride every moment. So that's how we take it. But all said and done, in countries like India, low and middle income countries, our allergy is increasing. That is worrying. We already have infections on one side and still our allergy is also increased. Then what is the plight of our children for the future ahead? So increasing cost of treatment and most importantly, quality of life. We always talk to patients when they have allergy, quality of life, how much they are suffering. It's not the mortality that counts. It is the quality of life. They cannot go to a swimming pool. They cannot go to a tennis court. They cannot enjoy with their birthday parties. They are still suffering. And being at home, inside the house also, they are closeted inside the house. Still they are having allergy. Doctor, how can my child enjoy his childhood? So you have to give some opportunities or make them enjoy the childhood in a better format. The second most populous country, it's not a good tag as such. The newspaper reads that another 10 years, maybe 3 years, India will be the most populous country. Second will be taken off. Another slide will come, most populous country in the world, 145 billion will be there shortly, 1.45 billion will be shortly, or 145 crores will be there shortly in our country, maybe in about 2 years. But then low middle income country and near the 20% of the world's population in India. And it is estimated that out of the 1.35 billion, 135 CR population, 40%, 40 crores children, the Indian population suffer from asthma or allergy. So that much is the quantum or the burden of the allergy. So what is the burden in Indian children? Have you got some estimates on that? Or what do you say? You don't consider as the issue for the country. So India has a great diversity with respect to its environment, rates and types of infections, socio-economic strata within population, diet, culture, language, religious beliefs, literacy, aerobiology and climate. So the multiplicity is too much. We don't have a population where the ethnicity is different and the biodiversity is different. It's good. Our country boasts of so much of languages, so much of population, within the population, different sex. Compared to a Western European country where the Europe, they have got 2 or 3 sects only in at the most in England or in Britain. But we have got a lot of population who have different activities. So allergy basically comes from a genetic tendency coupled with the lifestyle factors and environment. So the environment and lifestyle factors vary so much. The same individual being in one place to going into another place will not have that much of issues with his state like Kerala, which has got high humidity. If they go to Uttar Pradesh or the east, the dry states, the allergic component may be much less. So that much is the variation. In India, we see that among the ISAC studies, basically what we can infer is whatever our inferences so far on the prevalence of allergy has been from the ISAC studies. And I'm so happy that Dr. T.U. Sukumaran sir was also one of the investigator for allergy, principal investigator for this ISAC study from Kottayam, and he was the superintendent of the medical college in Kottayam. And in comparison to developed countries, ISAC has got to offer that India has got a lower prevalence but increasing rate. This is what I am suggesting. Low and middle income countries are going to have a more burden on this aspect also. They already have a burden on the nutritional side. They already have a burden on the infection side. And again, they are not going to have increasing burden on the non-infectious side, non-communicable. So this is something which we need to really be worried about and ponder about. Overall incidence of ever asthma in children, 6 to 7 years, and there was 3.45% and for at least 1%. This is, I'm quoting the ISAC study. So allergic rhinitis is another situation rising in the past 2 decades, especially in the teenage group, 13 to 40, you see 10 to 15 year age group, the allergic rhinitis increasing. And of course, we are all very certain that allergy, rhinitis and asthma coexist in 70% of patients. So major allergens, I'm not going into the details, we will discuss over the years, and Paramesh sir also suggested that 60% is for the human dust mite, the dermatophagoids, Pteronismus, and the Farinea type, and the 20% is from cockroaches, and then 10% from pollen, and another 10% from all other causes like molds. So basically, it's a dust mite. It boils down to the dust mite and the indoor allergens like cockroaches and other things. And the pollen seasons, we are not that concerned. Again, going from asthma to allergic rhinitis to atopic dermatitis, you see the allergic march. The lower prevalence in the ISAC study, because we have been one country where we used to have less incidence of atopic dermatitis. And in our side, in our part of the country where I live in Cochin, we have got a lot of Indian diaspora who come living in UK as well as Australia and New Zealand. Any child who's coming there with atopic dermatitis, you ask them, every alternate child will be coming from Ireland or Australia or New Zealand. And the incidence, every child from coming from that country will be suffering from atopic dermatitis. So much prevalent. Now, we see that what the filaggrin mutations are less in Asians versus Europeans and Africans. But it is seen that the Indian families who give birth to children in UK as well as Australia and New Zealand, they are mostly affected with atopic dermatitis. So maybe not even the atopic tendency, the other environmental factors, they play a big role. So atopic dermatitis is also on the rise here, but we are having less incidence of atopic dermatitis compared to the Western population. Food allergy data are insufficient. Food allergy, many parents say, my child is allergic to this, maybe allergic to this. They attribute that is a mere coincidence mostly. The child might have taken something, he might have gone to exposed in some other thing, and the parent, poor parent, or their tendency is to attribute to the food. So if the parental questionnaire data from the parents is not, maybe cannot be dependent, taken into confidence for a study on food allergy, because it is rather inadequate and very insufficient data. But then we have seen that sensitization is very high, but then this sensitization is not being translated into clinical allergy. Food allergy sensitization, I believe these sessions are very much there, and Dr. Nambada and others, I have seen her talking many sessions on food allergy, and this was actually taken from there. So the allergy, the prevalence of food sensitization and probable food allergy among others, the Europe prevailed study in 2016 allergy journal. They say that the prevalence of probable food allergy was 1.2%, probably cow's milk allergy 0.5% and apple 0.5%. But what is seen as the food sensitization is very high, 26%, but is not being translated into the clinical manifestations. And food allergy appears to be less common in our country when compared to developed countries. This is something of a big concern when you talk to your parents in the United States. They are worried very much about the food allergy, and they always advise their children to carry the EpiPen. When the teenagers, they go with the night parties or any other parties, they always carry this EpiPen with them or adrenaline injectors. And even in the European community, the peanuts allergy is very common. But in our community, we are fortunate on that side that it is less common or may not be that much well studied. We are not sure. And this is another thing, cosmic protein allergy in India. Is it a real problem? Okay, many studies say that Podar et al. Suggest that CMV is not uncommon. That is, it's common in a developing country in like India, but incidence is as high as West. But we have got varying reports. We are still not have a very robust studies pointing to this. And the studies suggest that Podar et al. Suggest that cosmic protein allergy is quite common in our scenarios also. Egg allergy, again, Asia versus West, egg allergy predominates over cow's milk in our community. I'm taking this just to update you regarding what is the overall scenario. The peanut allergy is also common. It's very, very common in the European community rather than Western-born children than in Asian children. Drug allergy also, this is another important challenge. We have got drug allergy, but underreporting is quite common. Many institutes, many institutions, many clinics, they don't report drug allergy for bearing fear of being victimized or vandalized. So we don't report that much of drug allergy. So many drug allergy goes unreported. And most common are, as you understand, antimicrobials, anticonvulsants, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Anaphylaxis, again, there are many issues. Inadequate epidemiological data, insufficient sensitization, poor recognition, people don't record, and poor recording, that is not important. And non-availability of EpiPen. So insect allergy, again, that also, that no testing materials are available, no treatment programs, lack of emergency. So this is also very little epidemiological data is there. So this is about the burden. So I would talk to you about the asthma, the allergic rhinitis, the food allergy, the drug allergy, the insect allergy, the eczema, what is the burden of our children. But then rising trends of allergy in India, are there any epidemic or there any correlates with what we can locate? Yes, air pollution, exactly, should be one important correlate out here. And our veteran, Dr. Paramesh sir, is there. He always talks about environment in relation to air pollution and in relation to allergy. And I am so happy that this topic has come in context with the conference where allergy chapter is doing a conference with the environment chapter. So worldwide, highest concentration of air pollution, especially biomass and fossil fuels and vehicular exhausts are there with us. And this mosquito coil and incense and doop sticks, because a mosquito coil in a low rural households, one mosquito coil will equivalent to 131 burning cigarette tips. One mosquito coil of the spherical helical mosquito coil, by the time it's burned out, it's equivalent to 131 cigarettes burning. The pollutants are there. Particulate matter is there in the indoor. So that's an important air pollution. If the parents don't realize it or they don't have other choices are there. Biomass oils, fossil fuels are still there. Incense and doop sticks. And this is the source of air pollution. As you see, outdoor air pollution and indoor air pollution, which have been discussed over the years, automobile exhaust and the power plant emissions, the construction activities. So all these contribute to the outdoor pollution. Outdoor, we cannot help much. The government and the lawmakers and the policy agencies have to go about it. But indoor pollution, I believe we can do a much better with the parent counseling. Parents, we can make our parents better equipped on how to tackle the menace of indoor pollution. You cannot rebuild the house, you cannot take away the house, but there are certain things which you can really do inside the house. Maybe you can have the mattresses can be taken out, they can be put in the sun dry the mattresses at least once in a month, the pillows can be put in once in a month, or even the bed sheets can be, of course, you can wash it and put it back. And even in the rooms also, you can keep the moisture less with the open pots and other things, watering the plants inside the house. Or these are all things which you can read. Even pets, you can certain extent, of course, you understand that there is a lot of debate, gray area about the pets right now. They are good, early exposure is good or bad, but all said and done, the animal dander is always going to be, especially cat saliva is going to be very detrimental to the evolution of the allergy in a child. And even the perfumes, chemical sprays, and all those volatile organic compounds. So these are all things which we can help and we can guide the parents about. But then outdoor pollution, as you said, it's only public advocacy not by all of us together through IAP and through other agencies matter a lot. But on an individual platform, we need to have a better look at the indoor pollution. Common air pollutants are all being discussed. Environmental tobacco smoke is something which again, we can really, the parents or the family can help. And we are talking about the primary, now that gone are the days when we have got the primary exposure, primary, and the second-hand tobacco smoke is what is being talked about now. And even we see that a lot of Dr. Sadi Babe has got a important study where third-hand tobacco smoke is important. The grandparent coming home after the evening, going out for a chakkar and then coming back and he might have taken a cigarette or something outside the house, maybe 1 hour. Just gets inside the house straight away, and the child, the toddler gets into his lap, and then he's pampering the child. So whatever he sees on his shirt or other aspects, the third-hand tobacco smoke is there. The child will start coughing in the night. So this is what is called third-hand tobacco smoke, where that's all certain things which I have had personal experiences where I convinced my grandparents that even if you are smoking, you go around for another 1 hour and then get into the house. Don't go out, remove your shirt and everything, and then only take your child. So these are all things which can make a difference. So environmental tobacco smoke is an important risk factor. Of course, legislations are very much there to control the primary and secondary exposure. Public smoking is now prohibited. The changing lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle, COVID has brought this into the forefront, sedentary lifestyle. Now children are out, the urbanization, dietary patterns, and the smoking. So all these things, the changing lifestyle, we talk about the globalization, the urbanization, what else? You put all those isolations there. Everything will come together, the lifestyle changes are coming up. The time spent indoors increase, and today also the speaker was suggesting that Vastu. Paramesh sir was suggesting the Vastu, and the cross ventilation is very important in your houses. Even though they are indoor, the pollutants are there, you just get the pollutants diverted out through the better indoor planning of the indoor mechanisms. Westernization lifestyle, increasing exposure to cosmetics, perfumes, and hair and other dyes is always worrying. The mother who keeps the child on the bed and then she grooms herself up, and that itself is sufficient to produce. So this is what I suggested, that indoor pollutants are something which can be dealt with quite easily, and which we appraise the parents properly. They may take it with a very, very reassuring manner. Climatic conditions. This is something which the world has been discussing of late, and the global conferences are held many a time across the world. Even the G20 nations, the Western urban, the developed nations are working on this. But then the sea level is increasing, the global temperature is coming up. So this is something which beyond our reach, which we cannot do much. But the relative humidity is also something which in our country, relative humidity is high. And as you see, the molds and the spores and the pollen, they go up very well in a relatively humid condition. Humidity is as good as average humidity in our country goes up to around 85% at certain situations. And also this mice and intestinal health in the assist. So seeing the increased causes for increase, what exactly the challenges in the Indian scenario? The challenges, if we can pick up set one by one, can we really look at it? We don't have much of aerobiological data. The data comes mostly from the Western countries where the data may be different. So unavailability of local aerobiological data regards pollens and fungal spores. It's a challenge for the allergenist to select an aeroallergen panel that is relevant to the region. So you am sitting in Cochin. I need a panel which is more relevant to the Kerala scenario or Central Travancore. You are sitting in UP or sitting in Eastern UP where there is a dry climate. You don't have much of pollens. You don't have much of dust mites, but then other aspects are there. So that region-based panels, even if you are doing a panel testing, it cannot be just the overall blanketed panel testing. It has to be more specific, and that can make more dividends. Parents will be happy, less pricks will be there, and the expenses will be much, much less. So it is challenging for the allergist to select an aeroallergen panel that is relevant to the region. We don't have much data to support it. Lack of India-specific scientific data, and again, guidelines are there. Current management protocols are largely based on data adapted from Western guidelines, Gina and British Thoracic Society guidelines. And I am so happy that the allergy chapter, especially with the Dr. Neeraj and others, they are forming some new guidelines for the India-specific guidelines are there for the therapy as well as on the treatment side. We need more guidelines. So basically based on Indian data, but then data is lacking. But whatever data is there, that can be, because it's a process runs over the years. So you really need to look at, compile more data from institutes. Our youngsters who are being good in allergy, they have been working in allergy. I can see a lot number of allergy practitioners here, Deepthi, Mangai, and all those, Vikram, and so many others are the disciples of Nagaraju sir are there, and Namada and others, Krishna Mohan. They can all contribute, and Vijay and others from Vijay Barad. So many, all these people, our youngsters, and take up your work on your own areas. From the Gangaram, Neeraj is doing a good work. So Modika is doing Hyderabad. So you can compile the data. Aryu sir has already done enough work over the years. So I mean, our seniors have been given us quite a good impetus. It is time for the allergy chapter to designate area-based work where you can have more data, and only data is the priciest thing in this world right now. You know, the data privacy, data laws. So you get data and present the data to any organization. You have got funds and supporting mechanism to evolve that data into some sort of research mechanism where you can finally reach a conclusion guideline. So data is important. Without a data, nobody is going to accept your proposition. Other one is not guideline. You can propose. This is happening there. This is happening. My experience, this experience. But ultimately, you have to document, and that only it becomes valid. So I mean, that's the allergy chapters, Dr. Josan, Krishnamohan, as well as Modi can take up this assignment and distribute this. They're generating more data from the different centers of country. And lack of allergy training programs. Well, of course, Dr. Nagaraju sir and Kashibi is running it, the good show. She says, I'm trying to meet the standards together right now. But good that you are continuing the good work. No NMC recognized workshops, still not attain the individual subspecialty allergy, and lack of awareness from practitioners. It is there, but we have to build up more allergy, because take it from me, as maybe after 10 years, this could be a public health issue to that extent. So like awareness is not that much. Most of the allergy testing and allergen-specific immunotherapy are still not affordable and accessible. You talk about too much. You discuss here what you can do. Tomorrow is Monday, or Sunday you discuss, Monday you are lost. You cannot do anything in your home. You cannot talk to your patient. You say that so many pricks are there, this much of expense is there, and it is not available nearby. So you have to have, once it is there, once you want to you are discussing all those things, it is still to be affordable and accessible to our population. So it lost socioeconomic risk. Non-availability of standardized allergens, and this again, I think Dr. Namada was also one author for this important article. Standardized allergens or non-standardized. We low potential of Indian test-made allergen, skin prick extract compared to the FDA approved extracts. So that our allergens, even though we presume that we are doing allergy tests, the allergens are of substandard quality. So everything matters. But still, we are doing something, but this is not sufficient enough. We need to make sure that we are doing it with a good standardized allergens. Indian manufactured allergen extracts of this DP and DF, they are less potent. And there is an urgent need for standardized allergens by the concerned statutory bodies. Lack of availability of advanced investigations. Again, we have been talking about CRD right now. Everywhere we talk about compound resolved diagnosis, basophil activation assay, the ferric nitric oxide in asthma, the exhalation test. So all these things, but still not really available. Maybe that may be helpful in guiding the treatment of asthma. Not maybe, you cannot cure the asthma, you cannot, but you can offer a better customized care for the patients, individualized customized care. Where they stand, we can employ them, and we have to convince them through certain modalities. You, sir, you say asthma, you say my child is improving. On what basis are you suggesting? Those now the world is looking through evidences. World wants documentation across. They listen to the consultant, but if you got something else to point out on allergy or some evidences, they take it with so much of reassurance. Suboptimal asthma treatment is something which we are really concerned. 40 to 50% of pediatric asthma cases in India are uncontrolled or severe. And treatment of allergic rhinitis and asthma is suboptimal due to multiple factors, as you say, right from gross national, our GDP. You have to talk from GDP onwards. The amount spent on per capita health expenditure is much less by the government, but then we cannot help on we cannot much. But then religious beliefs, myths, and stigma regarding the chronic ailments, that can be removed. That we can work. We can work on that as an organization, as an individual. That may be helpful. But then over the whole, you cannot help much. Again, the way forward. Having said all these things, is there a way forward? That is something which, as an organization level, and as the current head of the organization, I am looking at from the Indian Academy of Pediatrics side, whether we have got something realistic that we can go for. Maybe subspecialty training programs exclusively dealing with allergy need to be introduced. Immunology of allergy and allergic disorders should be an integral part of UG and PG curriculum. Well, it's a distant dream, because I know that how much we are struggling with the pediatric, the hours of pediatric training also has come down, as I have learned from the undergraduate curriculum. So how much we can convince the policy makers, especially UGC and other policy, the DNB board and others, about introducing more of in the UG and PG curriculum, allergic disorders, but it has to come, because more and more of allergic disorders and allergy issues are coming up. So there is a way, there is something more, the information and awareness about the allergic disorders and their evolution and how to tackle has to come up. Thank you. how to tackle has to come up. And good quality research is the basic. As I said, we need more data and good quality research. Institutions have to pump in their efforts, especially those who have got good connects with the institute, universities, those who have good connectivity. This is a big hospital. I have seen that so many things are happening. Your CEO was here, so he himself can, Rajkumar, you can, I think those people who are working here, this is the area where you can really work on, and I'm sure it will give rich dividends in the future. As a person who is interested in allergy, you are now the current chairperson of the Maharashtra chapter. You can look at quality research in allergy and take it forward. And standardized allergens should be made freely. Need for a system to periodically assess the quality of allergens. Recent advances in the management of allergy should be made in available. And this is one thing which I should say, the EpiPen, or even the more awareness about anaphylaxis and easy availability of pre-filled and adrenaline syringes. I think Dr. Paramesh sir will vouch for it. The availability of the EpiPen syringes. We have got, we are looking at it, and it's not available. It's available in the US also. It was $50 earlier, maybe 5 years back. Now it has gone to $250, something like 20,000 rupees for a EpiPen. And the worrying aspect is the shelf life of this EpiPen is hardly 6 months to 1 year. So spending around 20,000 rupees every 6 months is not one. But I learned that efforts are there for the indigenous manufacture of pre-filled adrenaline syringes. Indigenous manufacture. Maybe our Prime Minister Modi ji is looking for everything. Atmanirbhar Bharat, everything is there. They are looking at our own country. And it's high time that on the medical side, the pharmaceutical side, the research, and we have to have products. Not only on other sides, we have got indigenous rockets and missiles, and right now from ISRO, now we are taking the other countries on our satellites to the space shuttles to others across outside the space. So we need to be innovators in this also. I mean, there is a good study saying that there is the underpreparedness of the residents, the emergency medicine residents to use adrenaline. A child comes with anaphylaxis, they will start giving hydrocortisone, they will start giving Avil, they will put IV fluids, everything. They will not give adrenaline. They will never give adrenaline. This I have experienced very much because I have been working in a level 2 center for so many years, and even after coming to Apollo also, I felt there is a reluctance because they feel that adrenaline is a very dangerous drug. So especially in pediatrics, we don't have cardiac issues or other comorbid cardiac issues. So we need to convince them that the drug is adrenaline, nothing is going to happen. Still, I would say many children, many of our junior doctors are very, very reluctant to use adrenaline. There was a beautiful study on that. When 70%, then 30 or 40%, they never knew that adrenaline is the first line drug. And 70% they knew that, but they were worried to use it, whether it produces some reactions. It is only for the intracardiac adrenaline, and they're bombarding their brain, intracardiac adrenaline. So they feel that adrenaline is something dangerous. So this is a well-studied, well-documented. So that has to change. These are areas where we can really put our efforts together. And medical insurance programs sponsored by the government should cover allergies and asthma. More funds will be dealing with allergic diseases in the national budget. Well, things which we can dream and which we hope. And as Madam said earlier, hope and optimism are different. We hope it's an optimistic future ahead for us. So what we have seen over the last 20 minutes or so, we have that overview of the burden of the allergy, how much is the allergy, and as I told you, out of the 135 crores population in this country, 40 crores are already affected with asthma or allergic disorders, and children also it is highly increasing. One side, infectious disease coming down, the hygiene hypothesis stands good. The hygiene comes better, and you are giving the antibiotic use right from infancy is very much there. Even for any viral infections, the antibiotic is there, even the infancy. That is supposed to be one reason the hygiene hypothesis stands good there. The incidence of allergy on the other side. Risk factors and challenges, as you said, we have got our data is insufficient. We don't have many, even the immunotherapy also standardized allergens are not available. So we have got other challenges. And way forward, we are looking at making it many more data, more research, more activities to make allergen, the scenario on treatment of allergic disorders better. As I have noted earlier, around a good number of children in this age still suffer from uncontrolled or severe asthma due to suboptimal treatment. The word is suboptimal. We can give a better treatment. We can give optimal management. And I am sure that I'm very happy to see that my patients they buy the thoughts of an inhaler quite easily now. Maybe 5 years back when I started talking about inhalers, they look here, they are least interested. As if this guy, I will go somewhere, they will not buy the inhaler from the pharmacy itself. They'll just leave that is not needed. You give the rest of the things. But the times have changed. Now they take it almost everybody, and it takes less time to convince a parent about an inhaler right now. Less time. Rather than they be used to nebulization only. Now we sell nebulization is being translated in inhaler, nebulization is translated to our, maybe at times we make you modulus, so whatever it is. And even they are very interested in listening to your sessions on lifestyle changes and how better we can improve the indoor air, the quality of the indoor air, how better we can get away with the cats and other pollutants at home. So better thoughts, they are better prepared now. They are also now being exposed to allergy. They hear about allergy here and there. But they say, doctor, my child, which allergy, what allergy my child is having? They want one single allergen. This food, and they start about cow's milk, they think about something else, passion fruit, they think about apple. They have only fruits, and most of them are obsessed with the food only, food allergy. They don't think about the dust mite or other aspects which is there, not visible, but then ubiquitous in every family or every community household. So that's the way we need to take it forward, and what thoughts has to be there for our parents and our patient population about allergy. And that is the only way, that is we are better equipped. This is capacity building of our friends. Now this is has to be capacity building of the parents to better understand and comprehend allergy, and how better their capacity building to tackle the menace of allergy, the lifestyle changes, better way of living, as well as the optimal use of drugs. We don't say drugs first, because whenever in my practice also, I say the drugs last only, so that they are better prepared. Otherwise, if you bombard them with an inhaler first, they will not take you with a pinch of salt only. So we look forward to a time when our parents are better equipped. But all said and done, we must have more involvement with the government and research mechanisms for data to make allergy dealing more therapies for treatment of allergy in a better way. Well, friends, thank you so much. And I am so happy that I could, this was a topic assigned to me, and Dr. Paramesh sir and Dr. Nagaraju's memory, I still bow in front of both of you as legends. And thank you so much, my chairperson, Dr. Kumar sir, my teacher from 1980s onwards, and I am with him, and Dr. Joss, my good friend, and all of my dear friends. I'm not taking the names. Thank you so much for being with me and listening to this oration. I had thank God for the opportunity being with you.
Thank you, Dr. Nimesh, for the excellent oration. It was a really fantastic oration. And as a person who was involved in the ISAC study, phase 1 and phase 3, as a principal investor from Kerala, I have seen that your data also shows that the increasing prevalence of allergic disorders were noticed in the ISAC study. But later, this ISAC study was replaced by what is called a GAN study. GAN stands for Global Asthma Initiative. Global Asthma Initiative. And this GAN study came up in 2015 to 2020. And this study was conducted in 26 countries. The study population was more than 1.5 lakhs of children. 1.5 lakhs of children in 2 age groups, 6 to 7 years and 13 to 14 years. Not only children, we have studied children, their mothers, their fathers. The study population in one center was nearly 12,000. And in India, this study was conducted in 9 centers, Kottayam, then Dr. Mahesh from Mysore, then Dr. Sandeep Salve from Pune, then from Chandigarh, Minu Singh, and from Delhi, from All Institute, Dr. Kabra was there. Then from Jaipur, Dr. Virendra Singh was there. Then Sundays from Calcutta, Lucknow was there. And this study has finally shown that this is from 2015 to 2020. They have shown that the prevalence of asthma is slightly decreasing in low middle income countries, where it is static in middle income countries and still increasing in high income countries. My own study on 3 districts of Kerala, in Alapi, Kottayam and Idukki district, again shows that the prevalence of asthma was nearly 25%, recurrent wheezing. Prevalence of allergic rhinitis nearly 40%. And atopic dermatitis nearly 5 to 10%. And food allergy around 10%. So I again congratulate Dr. Nimesh for the excellent presentation. And his suggestions are well taken. And you must pick up more allergies, and you must treat allergies very well. And he has highlighted the importance of EpiPen. EpiPen is very, very important. Even last week also, in where I am working in a corporate hospital, a child with anaphylaxis came with urticaria and low BP. This child was given only F-codeine, hydrocortisone, Avil, and it's not hydrocortisone. Fortunately, the child survived. Next day I asked, they are very much afraid, as Nimesh said. They are very much afraid to give adrenaline for a child. It's the safest drug for anaphylaxis. So thank you once again. Thank you, Jose. Please continue.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Sukumaran sir, Dr. Joseph sir, Dr. Kashyapi madam, Dr. Paramesh sir, and Dr. Kiratkar sir to felicitate our Ramesh Kumar sir with shawl, shrifle, citation, and moment.
Before that, I will read the citation of our oration. Respected Ramesh Kumar, we at the Allergy and Applied Immunology Chapter IEP have immense pleasure and privilege to present this honor to you. Your exemplary journey starts from state of Kerala. You graduated from prestigious Government Medical College, Kottayam, and took post-graduation from Medical College, Solapur, Maharashtra. You received the Diploma of Pediatric Environmental Health, International Pediatric Association, Melbourne, and prestigious IAP Fellowship in 2011. Over the years, you have been bestowed with many honors and awards, including Dr. Deshpand Oration of Telangana State Academy of Pediatrics 2019, Meghalaya State Pediatric Society Oration for 2018, Dr. H. Paramesh Inaugural Oration of Environment Chapter of Indian Academy of Pediatrics 2019, O. Ganesh Memorial Oration of Lakeside Hospital and Bangalore Pediatric Society 2014, Dr. Desh Harshchandra Oration Hyderabad, Dr. Divya Som Oration Hooghly. You served as the member of Environment Health Technical Advisory Group of International Pediatric Association IPA in 2013 to 2019, and member Technical Advisory Group of South Asian Pediatric Association SAPA 2019 to 2021. You served as a grassroots worker of Indian Academy of Pediatrics and contributed to the organization in various capacities, including National Coordinator of IAP of Pediatric Postgraduate and Undergraduate QS, Kerala State President of National Neonatology Forum 2015 and 2016, State Secretary of IAP Kerala, State Chairperson of Applied Allergy and Applied Immunology Chapter, National Secretary Environment and Child Health Group, National Secretary General Indian Academy of Pediatrics 2018 and 2019, and National President Environment and Child Health Chapter IAP 2013 to 17, and you were elected as a National President of Central IAP 2020-22. In your career, you have edited so many textbooks and published numerous research articles. At present, you are the HOD, Department of Pediatrics at Apollo Atlas Hospital, Kochi, and the National President of Central IAP 2020-22. Dr. Ramesh Kumar R., a great leader, academician, administrator, and clinician par excellence. It gives all of us at IAP Allergy and Applied Immunology Chapter immense pleasure in conferring prestigious Dr. H. Paramesh and Dr. late Major K. Nagaraj Oration on you for your outstanding contribution in the field of allergy and applied immunology chapter. Dr. T. Sukumaran, the chairperson, Dr. Jose, secretary, Dr. Krishna Mohan, treasurer in IAP Allergy and Applied Immunology chapter today. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Kiratkar sir to present a floral bud to Dr. Kashapi madam and Dr. Paramesh sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have results of paper and poster competition that has been conducted this morning. The first prize winner will be awarded Major K. Nagaraju Gold Medal instituted by IAP Allergy and Applied Immunology chapter. So for today's paper presentation, the first prize goes to Dr. Priyanka Balamurgan. And the award will be presented by Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir. Second prize winner is Dr. Gagan Gupta. I would request Dr. Sukumaran sir to present the certificate to Dr. Gagan. For poster competition, first prize goes to Suvidha Sabu. I would request Dr. Joseph sir to present the certificate to her. I think she's not there. Second prize goes to Shubham Bangde. I would request Dr. Kashapi madam to please present the certificate to Dr. Shubham. And third prize goes to Ayushi Chotra. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. You cannot kill anybody with adrenaline. Shoot it if you have a doubt. If anaphylaxis, you will survive. If it's some other disease, you don't do it. I experienced personally near fatal anaphylaxis 3 times. I got saved from EpiPen. I always carry. It comes about 6 to 9 months. It cost about nearly 2 of the cost about 18 to 20,000 rupees. For the past 5 years, I've been working in the Institute of Science. I think we are able to come up, overcoming all these things. We want to make it for 500 rupees. 3 ways we are different from other EpiPen available. Number 1, it is cost benefit is only once you buy the technology, because lifelong you can use it. Number 1. Number 2, safety concentrated. We are 3 times better than the other available in the world. So needle injection, accidentally you don't get injected. Number 2. Number 3, technology can be utilized, and for in a minute you can change it with the syringe needle available. So these are all the 3 things, all right. And we have applied through the Institute of Science. we have applied for the patenting. I think in December we applied it. And also recently they asked about, in March, they asked about 3-4 questions. We have answered it. We got a clearance. And in neuroscience, legal authorities have made our signature. All the scientists and nanotechnology specialist engineers and 2 scientists, PhD students, they did our technology. I'm very grateful for that. Each one took so long, unbelievable. And also last week, our 2 PhD students completing the new technology, they applied for the international award, Dyson Award for the new technology for the young inventors. So it has been accepted. I think they're very hopeful of getting this one. The results will be in the September, but by this end of the year, we can able to get EpiPen available all over the world. For all these other pharmaceutical companies, we're working on that one. I think let us not lose hope. It will come up there. Thank you very much for offering this 1-minute talk.
Thank you, sir. Now moving forward to our next session, it gives me an immense pleasure to invite our chairpersons for this session, Dr. Meenakshi Girish Madam, Dr. J.M. Srivastav sir, and Dr. D.N. Balpande sir. Please welcome, ma'am. Please welcome, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is postprandial period. You have a nice sleep now. Now, I expect nobody should have an food allergy at present. So all are awakened now. Now we are starting this session. This is the session. The first lecture, that is on the diagnostic method of drug and allergy. I invite Dr. Sitesh Roy. In this session, we have a galaxy of speakers. They are all stalwarts. And first speaker is Sitesh Roy, sorry. To introduce him, he is MBBS, MCPS, MD USA, FAAP, FAAI, FACAI. He is super specialist in immunology and allergy and asthma. He is founder director of Roy Health Solution Multi-Speciality Clinic, Bandra, Mumbai. So I invite you, sir, Dr. Sitesh Roy.
Thank you very much. First to the organizers, to Dr. Kiratkar for being the first person to connect with me and inviting me to this podium. It's a great pleasure to be here amongst you all. And without further ado, I will start this program on the diagnostic methods in drug allergies. Clearly, this is a topic that all of us are faced with. It is a very complex topic. Literally, we conduct in the US a full day workshop on this topic. So I'm trying to combine or compress some of the key concepts of that into the next 25 minutes. And I hope that the end of it, you all will have a bit more clarity on how to approach these cases. So we'll begin by what we call the definitions. When we think of an adverse drug reaction, we talk about all the unintended pharmacological effects of a drug. These can be IG mediated and they can be predictable or unpredictable. There can be idiosyncratic reactions, which is something we always have to remember with drug allergies. And ultimately, there can be something called a drug intolerance. And the classic example of this happens to be with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, which often we get referred because people think they have an IgE-mediated reaction to the drug, when in reality, it's not an IgE-mediated reaction. It is more of a chemical pathway and an enzymatic issue that causes these reactions. It's important at the very outset to know the difference between these, because when you get these cases referred to you from a very careful history that we shall see what the main points are, it becomes extremely important to decide on what your line of approach will be for that case. When we talk about a drug hypersensitivity, this can include a variety of different mechanisms, but largely all immune-based. When we talk of pseudo-allergic reactions, we are talking of a classic example of radio contrast media, where a high osmolality weight radio contrast drug can give a reaction, but a low one will not. And it's largely due to a direct mast cell degranulation and histamine release. And no matter what testing you would do on a skin test or an intradermal test or a patch test, nothing would come up because there is no immune mechanism there. We know about anaphylactic reactions very well, and then ultimately we'll later on talk about desensitization. The WHO definition is a very wide definition for an adverse drug reaction. It obviously includes everything allergic, non-allergic, immune, non-immune, to say that it's any noxious and unintended reaction that occurs at doses that are routinely and commonly used for a variety of different purposes officially. Side effects from a drug are different than an allergic reaction or an adverse drug reaction. Overdoses are different, and so are secondary effects of a drug, which you classically look at a Herxheimer reaction when you give penicillin in syphilis. Looking at the epidemiology, we have to turn to US data because data from India is very limited, and I've presented a little bit of it here. But the estimated prevalence is about 4 per 100 admissions, and the cost if someone gets a reaction in the US is about $7,000 US. In India, whatever data we have available, 2 to 3% is the risk. And if a reaction occurs, the cost or the cost incurred can range from 1,000 rupees to changing the drug, identifying and getting a consultation, to actually getting hospitalized and treated can be close to 1,00,000 rupees. These reactions in the US cause about 75,000 to 106,000 deaths every year. That's a very high number. 51% of all serious adverse reactions are actually reported to the FDA, and fatal drug reactions occur in about 0.32%. Outpatient drug reactions, which are very rarely reported, make up to 35% of cases when you combine the age groups that you're looking at. Allergic reactions actually amongst the adverse drug reactions make up only 25%, maybe even less if you do very careful studies. Penicillin, amoxicillin, Bactrim, these have always been thought to be the commonest drugs that cause reactions, but the list has grown, as been mentioned, with anticonvulsant drugs, a lot of other combinations, and any organ can be affected in the body. In hospitalized patients, we are looking at 15% getting some sort of a drug reaction. Is the 4th leading cause of death in hospitalized patients. Imagine that's a very high ranking for a drug reaction. In India, they are never reported or hardly ever reported or confused with other reactions or causes in multiple morbidity patients, and hence we don't have data. There are almost 2 billion cases of serious drug reactions in the US every year. Drug reactions are common. Drug challenges, we shall come to this a little bit later, but these are done in a variety of different ways, what are called graded dose reactions or test dose reactions. These are indicated in patients who have a low risk. And it's only after completing this kind of a challenge can we do further planning in terms of administering that drug or alternative drugs to the patient. This data I have already presented. When we look at the classification of adverse drug reactions, again, important to recognize there is what is called type A reactions, which are common, predictable, and dose dependent. A classic example would be getting tremors after albuterol. We've certainly had patients who've thought they're having an albuterol allergy because they got tachycardia and tremors. We can also have drug interactions, which can be in this class and well known, well described. And then there are the type B, which are uncommon and unpredictable. And within this, you would have all the classes, including the IgE and non-IgE mediated reactions. And in this, again, even the pseudo-allergic reactions like the red man syndrome with vancomycin come in. The classification of hypersensitivity reaction, remember, this is one subsection of the type B reactions, which are unintended, unpredictable, happens to be the drug hypersensitivity reactions. And in that, we have the type 1 IgE mediated reactions, the classic anaphylactic or allergic reactions, the type 2 antibody mediated reactions, which is exampled by the hemolytic anemias that may come up during penicillin administration, the type 3, which are the immune complex mechanisms like the amoxicillin induced serum sickness. I'm taking the same drug and showing that there are different mechanisms by which it can cause a problem. And lastly, the type 4, which is the classic amoxicillin induced maculopapular rashes that might be present. So recognizing that the same molecule, the same drug presenting in multiple different ways causing a reaction is what complicates the entire evaluation process of drug allergies. Because in this situation, you need to know a lot of different factors. One of them is what are the risk factors. So the risk factors can range from drug factors, such as the chemical property of the drug, the molecular weight of the drug, the dose, route, and administration of the drug, where we know that intravenous reactions happen to be more serious or more likely to be causing a major issue than the oral reactions, which are fewer and easier to manage. We also recognize that the intercurrent illnesses, the other drug exposures all create a problem. When we look at HIV, the reaction to typical Bactrium trimethoprim sulfa, which can be very high, where it's the disease and the drug, the combination causing a problem. Similarly, we know a lot of Epstein-Barr virus infections where if amoxicillin is given, a rash will develop. And again, this can be as high as 30 to 100% of the cases that are administered. So in these situations, these are all hypersensitivity reactions, but may not be reproducible in every situation because they are dependent on the individual circumstances of the patient. Then there are host factors. There's age, there's gender. Generally, drug allergies seem to be more common in females than in males. And then the underlying atopy. But atopy itself is not necessarily a risk factor for drugs. The genetics of the drug allergy are also very important, so much so that in certain parts of the world, like in Japan and certain other places, if you do not do a HLA phenotyping before giving carbamazepine and somebody develops a Stevens-Johnson reaction, it's considered to be a major malpractice. Now, recognizing how widely we use these drugs and how commonly we do not have the DNA, the HLA phenotyping done, we can only imagine the kind of reactions that we may face. Similarly, for abacavir, which is a classic HIV drug, similarly, HLA-DR3 association with insulin gold and penicillamine, these are ways in which we could potentially narrow down the chances of a person getting the reaction, but obviously it adds cost. And the biggest issue is availability in terms of these tests. So when we come to evaluating or diagnosing a drug allergic patient, it's history, 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 followed by diagnostic tests, followed by challenges. What are we looking at? We're looking at the exact drug. We're looking at the dose. We're looking at the route. We're looking at the rate, time since the reaction, because there have been people who've had a penicillin allergy or they think a penicillin allergy because a family member told them. I've had people who've confidently told them they had a Bactrim or a sulfa allergy. And when I asked them, they said, because my mother had it and she told me I should never have it. So it becomes very, very important to really get into the details and not just take a drug allergy history at face value. The dose or the days into the course, the co-administration of the drugs, the coincident infections, as I mentioned earlier, the symptoms, examination, lab findings. Sometimes patient will take photographs, which are immensely beneficial. And if I get a call ever for these, I immediately ask the patient to take pictures. Even if I don't have the initial onset, even in the mid or the latter part, it can be very beneficial to make a diagnosis. And then in terms of the treatment, what was required for the patient to get better? Because according to the patient, getting a rash all over the body is a severe reaction. We know that a severe reaction is not just a rash over the body. We are looking for more anaphylactic or other systemic symptoms before we call it severe. The name of the drug, this is the biggest challenge that I face in my practice, because people will come to me and they don't know what drug they reacted to. And we sometimes have to go to great length to call their primary care physician, their treating physician, get their hospital records, try to identify what was given, because we may be looking at what people think or they think they have because someone told it, and the real data may be completely different. When the reaction occurred, how soon after consumption or getting exposed to the drug matters greatly. If it is less than 6 hours, we're looking at immediate hypersensitivity. If it is more than 6 hours, we're looking at potentially delayed hypersensitivity, except in the case of oncology drugs, where after the pre-treatment that has been given for the oncology drug, the reaction could come up after 6, 8, or 12 hours. So was the medicine prescribed? Why was it prescribed? Very often, if it's a respiratory infection and it's a post-viral exanthem that is coming up, it may be blamed on the drug that was used during the viral infection. So were there any other medications that were being taken? Was there any previous exposure to the drug? And sometimes was there any post-exposure? So patient may have had 3 or 4 reactions. They come to you, they have the history, we identify it. We recognize that since the reaction, they have had the same drug with different brand names and never had a reaction. You don't need to do any testing in such cases. And then, do you have the same symptoms without taking the drug? I've had plenty of chronic urticaria cases that have come to me thinking they have drug allergies, and what they actually had was idiopathic chronic urticaria. Obtaining an accurate history, performing a physical examination if you're seeing them during a reaction, identifying all the potential drugs. Some you may be able to eliminate, some not. Have an open mind about the mechanism involved, and then check for the underlying diseases with it. The chemical property, the previous history, which increases the risk by up to 5 times, a previous reaction, age when it occurred. As I said, women are at greater risk, route of delivery, dose, and genetic factors. We'll focus now a little bit on type 1 IgE-mediated reactions, which is our biggest concern because they lead to anaphylaxis. Usually begin within 2 hours of exposure, can be, as I said, up to 3 or 4 hours also, can recur or worsen with repeated exposure. Skin testing may be helpful. If convincing history and skin test positive, then these patients may require desensitization in the future. Classic symptoms of anaphylaxis, I don't need to go over with you because you have already heard this plenty of times and will in the next day that remains. Cutaneous, mucosal, gastrointestinal, respiratory, cardiovascular, neurologic. Remember, you need only 2 systems to be involved to be called anaphylaxis. Diagnostic tests. This is the crux and the summary of the entire presentation, okay? This is all we have when it comes to diagnosing drug allergies. The first is a skin prick test, has to be done very carefully and very accurately. Then comes an intradermal skin test, which helps us with the delayed reactions. Then come the in vitro IgE, specific IgE tests, which are very limited, available for things like penicillin, amoxicillin, and insulin, heparin, very few drugs. Patch testing, which we rarely resort to, but is an immensely beneficial test that I use in my practice very routinely along with the intradermal testing. Then come the drug provocation test, which will include the graded dose challenges, which can be single dose or multi-dose, never more than 4 doses if you're doing a dose challenge. Lymphocyte transformation test, an experimental process, basophil activation test, an experimental process, and HLA genotyping, which is very clearly proven for a bunch of different drugs. These are some of the manifestation of the IgE exam findings, okay? We know that there can be flushing on the palms, there can be angioedema that can come up, there can be urticaria and hives, there can be erythematous pruritic lesions, which may not always look like classic urticaria, but behave like it. When we are doing the skin testing, we are assuming that there is an IgE-mediated reaction that is there. All patients with an unknown reaction may be considered for IgE mechanism. Remember, this is a very important test. There is no role for skin testing a patient with Stevens-Johnson or toxic epidermal necrolysis or the drug-induced eosinophilia syndromes that are there, the acute interstitial nephritis, the exfoliated dermatitis, or the hemolytic anemia, because these are classically non-IgE mediated reactions. You have to avoid antihistamines for at least 3 to 5 days, ideally before the test. You want to hold beta blockers a day before, because if someone gets anaphylaxis, you don't want to be, or you want to use the very cardioselective beta blockers. And you can get results within 15 to 20 minutes if it's a drug that's clearly involved. There's epicutaneous or the prick testing, and then there's intradermal testing. This is a very important statement that I've put here, okay, which everyone needs to hear listening to this lecture. Actually validated, confirmed, proven, accepted worldwide. Allergy skin testing is only available for penicillin, for no other drug. Everything else that you do, you're doing on the basis of a potential that you may pick up an Ig-mediated reaction, but there are a lot of unknowns about it. You have to know what is called the non-irritating concentration. I get a lot of cases referred to me where someone has done a test, but the test has been done with such a high concentration that you get a non-specific mast cell degranulation and a wheal and flare response, and the patient comes to us thinking that they are highly allergic. It's fast, it's useful, it's sensitive, it's reliable when it comes to penicillin. And with penicillin skin testing, if it's positive, it has a 60% positive predictive value. If it's negative, it has a greater than 90%, 97 to 99% positive predictive value. But how is that test done? That's very important. Remember that most drug allergic reactions, drug reactions are not allergic in nature. There are other tests that are available, but remember that something called the IgG testing, and there are several labs in India that do IgE testing for a bunch of different drugs. Okay, there are panels from Gujarat, from Jalandhar, which claim to do up to 25 or 30 drugs on their blood test. And those are not accurate tests. The approved ones for specific Ig are only 6 drugs in the world. Serum tryptase can be useful. I have actually not shown here for, I'll come to it later for the penicillin testing, what the algorithm is, because while I say a penicillin drug testing is approved worldwide, the mechanism is very different. These algorithms, I shall not get into great detail in the interest of time, but right from when a patient develops an adverse drug reaction to reviewing everything I said, to actually figuring out from your experience and reading whether you suspect an immunologic or a non-immunologic mechanism. If you're suspecting a non-immunologic mechanism, then you can just modify the dose, the drug, find an alternative, and not have to do anything else really in those cases. And if you believe that there is a drug, then you will have to perform a confirmatory test, as I mentioned, one of these. If it has a high negative predictive value, then the patient is clearly not allergic to it, like would be in a true penicillin testing. And the patient may still have an allergy if it doesn't have a very high negative predictive value. When we look at the algorithm, we are again looking at identifying what would be anaphylactic, so we can give them the right prevention mechanisms, including adrenaline and the entire shebang with it. Avoiding the drug where possible, that's always the top priority. And only if I get a written communication from a doctor saying that this is the only drug that will work in this situation, will I ever even consider doing a drug desensitization. Considering prophylactic regimens before you give the drugs, depending on the mechanism, future prudent use of that class of drugs, and also patient education. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on beta-lactam sensitivity, because this will give you all an idea of how tricky the entire field of drug allergy and drug allergy diagnosis is. Penicillin, we know, is one of the commonest causes of anaphylaxis and deaths worldwide, even today, okay, despite all we know. The parenteral route is the riskiest, and I have patients who have parenteral allergy who can take the oral drug without a problem. The skin test will determine a true risk for reactions and can potentially avoid expensive alternative antibiotics and also drug resistance in the future. The prevalence can be as high as 10% of patients admitted to the hospital. History alone is not reliable. 80% of patients who think that they have a penicillin allergy actually don't have an allergy when they are carefully tested. And 20% of patients with a documented history will have a test. We realized that penicillin antibodies can wane over time. 15 to 20 years is the timeline over which we have seen these allergies actually go away because of non-exposure. Can there be resensitization? Absolutely can be, but it is not a very common thing. And again, if patients are mislabeled as being penicillin allergic, then quinolones, vancomycins, much higher classes of drugs might be used and drug resistance might increase. This is a very important slide for anyone who wants to understand the complexity of penicillin allergy testing and the way we do it in India. There is a commercially available, what we call penicilloyl moiety of penicillin, which is called pre-pen commercially, which is always in shortage even in America, and we absolutely don't have it available here in India. and I have tried very hard to try to get it here. But in terms of availability and routes, it is not a common thing that we can get. The remaining agents, which are called the minor determinants, penicilloate and penicilloate, which are antigenic determinants, can be tested through testing for PENG, which is what we have it in the intravenous form. The minor determinants have to be made fresh every time you're going to test for it. And it's most reliable when you have tested with the pre-pen and with the minor determinants, that you can say with 99% certainty that a person doesn't have a reaction. Now, what do? We do only with PENG because that's all we have available. If you do only with PENG, you can actually miss up to 20% of anaphylactic reactions. And which is why I tell people that a negative allergy test to a drug is not equal to the person taking the drug safely. You still require a graded dose challenge or potentially a desensitization protocol, depending on how severe the original reaction was to the drug. And this is where an allergist consultation becomes very, very important. As I said, 20% of patients can have a history of anaphylaxis and react only to the minor determinants. Benzyl penicillin is what we commercially use. It is diluted usually to a 1 to 10,000 units per ml dose. The mixture of minor determinants not commercially available, that's PENG, is stable for about 1 week after it is prepared. And the first do the prick skin test with the pre-pen and the PENG with positive and negative controls, so your saline or buffer saline and histamine, and only then proceed further. You then, once you have done that and it's negative, then you will have to do the intradermal testing, starting from a 1 to 1,000, 1 to 100, 1 to 10, and in the end, a full strength concentration. And as I said, the positive predictive value still at best is around 60, can go up to 100%, and the negative predictive value is almost 100%. If the skin test is positive and there is no history of immediate reaction, do not use penicillin or its derivatives. If you can use an alternative non-cross-reacting drug, typically the second generation cephalosporins or the third generation cephalosporins hardly cross-react with the penicillin group. And penicillin skin testing does not cause sensitization. That is a concern that people have. When you want to delabel a patient who's been labeled as penicillin allergic, when you compare skin prick test to direct challenge in patients with a weak history, the direct challenge always comes up better. Patients with a vague history more than 10 years or within 1 to 10 years, patients with no acute allergic reactions, in these, it's easiest to do an oral challenge with an amoxicillin or a derivative similar to it. And you can very often delabel that patient as being penicillin allergic. When the skin test is negative and the history is weak, you are then administering the drug with a super cautious approach of giving 1/10 of the dose. In some cases, I've gone even lower. If you are doing it for a desensitization protocol, then you are actually giving it with an ICU backup or in the ICU with the approval of the other treating physicians that this drug is absolutely essential for the treatment of the patient. If you do not have that, medico-legally, it's a huge issue. Because the question will come up, God forbid if something goes wrong, why did you not use the alternative when it was available? Okay. Oral desensitization is always an option. It's a little easier, less risky, but IV is required in certain situations. Cephalosporin allergies, 11.4% of all antibiotics used can cause hypersensitivity reactions. Prevalence is about 1.3%. Inpatient, 4 to 6%. Women more than men. And cephalexin. So the first generations are common. Cefazolin has been associated with anaphylaxis, cefaclor. So any drug, I was just having a conversation with one of my colleagues and I told them that even after knowing a lot about drug allergies, if I get a case, I go back and review the literature to see what is latest, what is new, and to figure out what is the most approved protocol most currently for that drug to be tested. Without it, you're actually missing out because this is a highly dynamic field where it is being studied. A graded drug challenge by an allergist is needed to confirm or disapprove the diagnosis ultimately, even with a cephalosporin negative testing, skin and intradermal, which has been done. As a point, when you have patients who have maculopapular rashes, which is the delayed reactions which come after a day, 2, 5, sometimes a week, in these situations, it becomes very important to do the intradermal delayed test and also to do the patch test before you can. I shall skip over some of the other points and just come to the last part of my talk. I'm not going to go through this desensitizing because the focus is on diagnosis. When do you refer a cases of drug allergy? When you have a case that is a clear penicillin allergy, unclear drug history, more than 2 medications that you're concerned about, an aspirin or similar kind of drug, a lidocaine allergy, which is not at all common, chemotherapic agents, these are very classic referrals that we get. So in short, hypersensitivity reactions are a small subset of adverse drug reactions. If allergy is suspected, you have to do a careful history, a very good physical examination, or look at pictures from there, distinguish between a mild, moderate, or a severe reaction, and then proceed with the skin testing, prick or intradermal or patch, followed by challenge test dosing, and if necessary, drug desensitization whenever it's necessary. So with that, I shall end my talk. Thank you very much for the time and appreciate it again to the PED ALLERCON organizers and the team here and the central IAP teams for having me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jitesh Roy. You are very important things. That history is very, very, very important in the drug allergy. Thank you once again.
It is a now pleasure for me to invite Dr. Sukumaran. He needs no introduction. He has been professor and head of pediatrics, PIMS Tiruvalla. And of course, all of us know that he has been the past national president of IAP 2011. And he's currently the national president of IAP respiratory chapter in 2000. And national president of allergy immunology chapter in 2019. He's written books and he's edited several books. So welcome, Professor Sukumaran, and please start your lecture.
Okay, beloved chairpersons and friends. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me at the outset thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to have this talk. And next 30 minutes, 25 minutes time, I'll be talking about management of a child with difficult asthma. These are some of the books I have written. And coming to the definition of difficult asthma, even the definition is also very difficult. Some say that asthma that is uncontrolled despite GINA guidelines step 4 and step 5 treatment. See, as you all know, for GINA guidelines, there is a step of management is there, starting from step 1 to step 5. Step 5 means if a child has received more than 800 micrograms of budesonide, high dose of budesonide, other drugs like long-acting beta-2 agonist, then montelukast, theophylline, oral prednisolone, and other biologicals. So the child is not responding. Probably that child may have a difficult to treat asthma. And there's a term called problematic severe asthma. It's a vague term, it's an umbrella term. And this consists of a problematic severe asthma may not be asthma at all. See, most of the time, it may be an asthma mimic. As Sarah said, you must, even for drug allergy, even for asthma also, you must take a very good history and try to make a diagnosis. In difficult to treat asthma, you must look at the inhalation technique. The technique may not be good. In more than 75% of children, the inhalation technique is wrong. Then look at the adherence to treatment. Then you ask the history of exposure to some irritants. The commonest irritant we see is tobacco smoke. In my study also, in 3 districts of Kerala, I have seen that the commonest trigger factor, the commonest irritant for asthma is again passive smoking. We have seen that the main culprit is the grandfather. The grandfather usually smoke, and they will keep their children in their lap, and they will go on smoking. And if the mother of the child tells the grandfather to stop smoking, it will result in a family calamity. They will not stop smoking. Then also look for comorbidities. I'm going to the details of that. Then look for allergens and other environmental exposure. Then you may have what is called a therapy-resistant asthma, a non-responder to conventional treatment, non-exacerbating factor is identified. It may be you may go for an invasive procedure like bronchoscopy in a child who is not responding. And then consider the prevalence of asthma. The prevalence say that most of the studies it varies, is around 5 to 10% of all asthmatics may have a difficult to treat asthma. Coming to this time again, problematic severe asthma, a persistent asthma symptoms despite 800 micrograms per day of inhaled corticosteroid. If a child is developing, is getting a high dose inhaled corticosteroid, and the child has taken a trial of at least 2 other controllers like long-acting beta-2 agonist, leukotriene receptor antagonist, or theophylline, then you call us a problematic severe asthma. What should be your approach to difficult asthma? Just like step of management, you must know there are 5 steps in a child with difficult asthma. The step 1 is one must confirm the diagnosis of asthma. See, asthma is mainly a clinical diagnosis, especially those children above 5 years. If a child is presenting with more than 3 episodes of wheezing per year, and the wheezing is responding to a bronchodilator or a beta-2 agonist or inhaled corticosteroid or oral steroids, after excluding other causes of wheezing, the child may have asthma. But in children less than 5 years, now we call it as under 5 wheezes. The under 5 wheezes may be an episodic viral wheeze or a multi-trigger wheeze. So older children, the diagnosis is very easy. Then if the symptoms of asthma, especially cough, is worse during night, the child is presenting with a nocturnal cough or early morning cough around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., child wakes up with cough. If you give a salbutamol inhalation, the cough subsides, then you can make a diagnosis, probable diagnosis of asthma. Then symptoms are triggered by viral infection. For example, in a child under 5 years, that the wheezing may be triggered by viral infections like rhinovirus infection, infection with the human metapneumovirus infection, rotavirus infection, or RSV virus infection may trigger. Exercise can induce asthma. In a small child, you can call it as an activity-induced asthma. A child out of wheezing or cough after crying, after laughing, or after exercise is an activity-induced asthma. Child out of wheezing on exposure to allergens, irritants. I said the commonest irritants may be tobacco smoke with changes in weather after crying or laughter. That is activity-induced asthma. Then if there's a positive family history of asthma or atopy, along with wheezing, the child is having an atopic dermatitis or allergic rhinitis, and with a personal history of atopy, most probably the child will have asthma. Then these are the red flag signs of asthma. The onset of symptoms are very important. If a child is having a wheezing from early neonatal period, most probably it is not asthma. The child may have some of the congenital malformation of the tracheobronchial tree. If there's a cough along with choking during feeding, it may be a esophageal atresia with a tracheoesophageal fistula. Difficulty in feeding may be due to a congenital heart disease with cardiac failure. You must look for cardiovascular malformations, especially in children with left-right shunts with cardiac failure. The first episode can present with wheezing. Then, if the child is having a persistent localized findings in the chest, so when you have an examination of the respiratory system, always you must look for asymmetric physical findings, localized findings. The child is having asymmetric findings, the child may have a problem other than asthma. The child may have a foreign body or a pneumonia. If the wheezing is monophonic, if wheezing is confined to one side of the lung, the child may have a bronchial, one child may have a foreign body aspiration. If the child is on general examination, the child is having clubbing, the child may have a chronic suppurative lung disease like bronchiectasis. Dose failure. For any pediatric problem, all pediatricians should have a growth monitoring should be there. You should measure the height, weight, and you should plot these measurements in a growth chart and see whether the child is growing well or not. The child is having a growth failure, most probably the child may not have asthma. Child may have some problems like a chronic suppurative lung disease or a cystic fibrosis. If a child is having a multifocal infections at multiple sites. Once the child develops a pneumonia, then a GA infection. So multifocal infections may be suggestive of an immunodeficiency and not an asthma. So these are some of the red flag signs you must look for. I will just present 2 case scenarios. This is a story of Mohammed Shan, 1-year-old child. This child is on Budicort 100 microgram BD with MD and spacer. Beta-2 agonist 2 puff QAD most of the times. His weight was very low. Weight was 6 kg, even though the birth was just 2.8 kg. He underwent a repair for tracheoesophageal fistula at Amrita Institute of Medical Science in the newborn period. And on examination, this child had grunting and a fast respiratory rate more than 60. If there is a fast respiratory rate, always look for pneumonia. There was very poor response to antibiotic, and there was arching of the back intermittently, maybe a syndicate syndrome due to GERD, and the child may respond to domperidone and lansoprazole. So what are the possibilities in this child? And so the first possibility in this child may be GERD. Is there any investigations required? These are the 4 investigations that may be required in a child with GERD: a barium esophagogram, esophageal manometry, pH monitoring, and esophagoscopy. For a general pediatrician like me, all these investigations are not required, not very specific, except for pH monitoring. But the facilities for pH monitoring are less in our setup. So all these investigations are not required. So the GERD is mainly a clinical response. You must look for the response to a PPI. What is the prevalence of GERD in asthmatic children? It is reported that 60 to 80% of childhood asthmatic patients, they may experience GERD. And 25 to 75% have abnormal intraesophageal pH. GERD was found to be the cause of chronic cough in 21% of children. What are the possible clues to GERD-related asthma? If there is a progressive and resistant asthma not responding to bronchodilator, asthma not responding on inhaled corticosteroid, it may be a GERD, or asthma worsening on taking of an oral beta-2 agonist, it may be GERD. Exacerbation during sleep and after meals. Symptoms worsens after taking an oral bronchodilator and good response to PPI, then the possible diagnosis in this child will be GERD. This is a second child. And this is Anne, 14 years. This child is 32 kg weight, fast respiratory rate 40 per minute, productive sputum, history of hematitis, chest drawing was there. On examination, child has got clubbing, wheezing, and bilateral course. Cycles were there. SpO2 was low, desaturation was low, and child had multiple courses of antibiotic. What is the probable diagnosis? So in this child, the probable diagnosis may be a suppurative lung disease like bronchiectasis. And what is the investigation of choice? It's an HRCT. And in HRCT, you must look for a tree in bud appearance. It's suggestive of an HRCT. Usually medical management with empirical antibiotic on culture and sensitivities is directed. You must have a short course of antibiotic for 1 to 2 weeks. Surgical treatment is required in children with localized bronchiectasis. If there is a proximal obstructive lesion, children who are presented with massive hemoptysis or recurrent infection, you may go for surgery. So which are the unusual clinical features and differential diagnosis? Unusual clinical features, which child is having a stridor along with wheezing. Usually children with asthma, they present with wheezing. So if there is stridor, it may be a tracheobronchial malacia or a vascular ring. The child is having a wet, productive cough with nasal polyps, maybe cystic fibrosis, bronchiectasis, or aspiration syndrome. If the child presents with a chest pain, heartburn, poor growth weight, and failure to thrive, again GERD. If the symptoms are present, as I said before, from early infancy, maybe a congenital malformation from the lung. Failure to respond to bronchodilator, maybe a vocal cord dysfunction. A child with asthma should respond to an inhaled bronchodilator or inhaled corticosteroid. And if the child is not responding, or the child is having a recurrence of symptoms, or stopping a bronchodilator or inhaled corticosteroid, child may have asthma. This SPUR, S-P-U-R, is a synonym. And this is a short form. SPUR stands for if a child is having a serious, persistent, unusual, recurrent infections. It is a serious, persistent, unusual, recurrent infections. For example, the child may have Pseudomonas infection. If it is there, you must suspect an immunodeficiency. Second step, you must look at the drugs and device. That is very important. 3 Ds, drugs, device, and the mode of giving the drug. Administered medication is in only in 30 to 70% of children, and it is very important to use appropriate inhaler device for the age. Now, 3 mainly inhaler devices are available. One is a nebulizer, MDI with spacer and a mask, and a DPI, dry powder inhaler. So, the preferred devices are in a child 0 to 4 years, the inhaler of choice should be a PMDI with space and a face mask, and the alternate device may be nebulizer with a face mask. Nebulizers are mainly used for treatment of acute asthma in a PICU setup. You must discourage the use of home nebulization, should be discouraged. At a house, if the child is presenting with an acute episode of wheezing, you must have an MDI, salbutamol MDI with spacer should be used. Children about 4 to 5 years, again, you can have a pressured PMDI with spacer and a mouthpiece. Other alternatives are nebulizer with mouthpiece or face mask. Children above 5 years, you can have a dry powder inhaler. Now, this is always in a child who is not responding to inhale corticosteroids. You must look at the correct technique. This is not a correct technique because this child is not using a spacer. So at all ages, you must use a spacer to improve the drug delivery to the lung should be improved by using a spacer. And children less than 4 years, it is better to use a spacer with a mask. Then step 3, you must identify the adverse comorbid conditions. These are some of the comorbid conditions with asthma, a child with allergic rhinitis. It is seen that more than 95% of children will have with asthma will have associated allergic rhinitis. The data from my beloved friend Dr. Paramesh, he is saying that more than 99% of children with asthma will have associated allergic rhinitis. Look for atopic dermatitis, food allergy, GERD, obesity. Obesity is a very important comorbid condition. If the obesity is not controlled, the asthma will not be responding. Adenoid hypertrophy, which child is presenting with nasal block, mouth breathing, and snoring is adenoid hypertrophy. Psychological problems can trigger asthma. For example, a child can present with wheezing during examination time. So it may be due to depression or anxiety can lead to asthma. As I said before, environmental exposure is very, very important. If a child is not responding, always you must ask for a tobacco smoke, especially in the grandfather, allergen exposure and exposure to air pollutants. You must also ask about indoor air pollution and outdoor air pollution. And the commonest indoor air pollution may be dust mite. Then psychological factors, as I said before, anxiety and depression may be trigger factors for asthma. Last step, in step 6, the management of a child with a difficult asthma, you must also look for other modalities of treatment, like you must try biologicals and other novel treatment therapy. Which are the biologicals that is available? We had a detailed discussion about omalizumab in today's morning discussion. Omalizumab is a recombinant humanized monoclonal antibody that reduces the levels of circulating immunoglobulin IgE and expression of IgE affinity receptors on mast cells and basophils, interrupting the subsequent allergic inflammatory markers. Even the GINA guidelines, they say omalizumab can be tried for patients with moderate to severe allergic asthma that is uncontrolled on step 4. So after step 4, you can try omalizumab, and it is given for children above 6 years. With severe asthma, who are considered for a trial of omalizumab should be confirmed. These children should have an IgE-mediated allergic asthma. Omalizumab is given as a subcutaneous injection every 2 to 4 weeks. The dose and frequency of dosing are guided by a nomogram that is derived from total serum IgE level and body mass index. A trial of at least 12 to 24 weeks is essential before you stop the treatment. Other drug is mepolizumab. Mepolizumab is an interleukin 5 antagonist. It's a key cytokine in eosinophil differentiation, maturation, recruitment, and activation at the sites of allergic inflammation. IL-5 inhibition may have a beneficial therapeutic effect in children with asthma. It is given subcutaneously once in a month. The add-on mepolizumab is given for patients above 12 years. IgE can be given above 6 years, but mepolizumab can be given in children about 12 years with severe eosinophilic asthma that is uncontrolled on step 4 treatment. Other MAB is a dupilumab. This is an anti-IL-4 receptor antagonist. The mechanism is it binds to interleukin 4 receptor alpha, working both IL-4 and IL-13 signaling. And then children with resistant asthma, difficult to treat asthma, there is some role for tiotropium bromide, which is a cholinergic drug, anticholinergic drug. We can produce smooth muscle contraction, release of mucus from the submucosal glands, airway inflammation, airway modeling, and tiotropium may be given in children above 6 years of age. Cleared for use above 6 years, tiotropium MDI and EPI is available. GINA guidelines recommend tiotropium as an add-on therapy at step 4 and step 5. The common side effects are dry mouth, constipation, abdominal pain, vomiting, muscle pain, running nose, sneezing, nasal bleeding, and painful white patches in the mouth, tachycardia, itching, and angioedema. So tiotropium can be advised in GINA guidelines in step 4 or step 5. Then another therapy is bronchial thermoplasty. After doing a bronchoscopy, by using thermal energy, you can reduce the airway inflammation and muscle mass. This is being tried in adults only. Then I have a small discussion on vitamin D and childhood asthma. The Cochrane review offers some protection against severe attacks in adults with mild to moderate asthma. There are various studies which shows that vitamin D is effective in reducing the severity and frequency of asthma in children. But it is mainly seen in adults. In vitro data suggests that vitamin D enhances steroid sensitivity and may impact airway smooth muscle remodeling. And also, will vitamin D helps supplementation in the antenatal mothers will help to reduce the incidence of asthma in the newborn after birth of the baby. There are some data which suggest that those mothers with a vitamin D deficiency, if you supplement vitamin D during the antenatal period, the chance of developing asthma in the newborn will be less. So to sum up this talk, these are the carry home messages. So there should be a stepwise approach. And most important is you must confirm the diagnosis. Look for asthma mimics. The child may not have asthma alone. Treatment for comorbidities. Look for comorbidities like allergic rhinitis, adenohypertrophy, GERD, depression, etc. Avoidance of trigger factors. Look for an outdoor pollution, indoor pollutions, and trigger factors like passive smoking. Always look at the 3 Ds. What is that 3D? The drug, delivery, and the dose of the drug is very important. Asthma education and monitoring is very important. And if the child is not responding to the usual line, you can try biologicals. So when you treat a child with asthma, one should at least remember 3 capital Ps, 3 things starting with P. The most important, first P is pharmacotherapy, that is drugs given for treatment of asthma. First P. Second P is patient education. Along with the patient education, there can be parent education, physician education, pediatrician education, practitioners education is very, very important, the long-term management of asthma. And last P is prevention of trigger factors. So once again, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sukumaran. You have given a very comprehensive overview of asthma and particularly related to difficult asthma. You've talked about biologics like tiotropium, mepolizumab, and omalizumab. And you also clarified the situation of vitamin D vis-a-vis asthma. I hope the audience have benefited by your deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, this gives me immense pleasure to introduce one of the known ENT surgeon, Dr. Kasyapi Nagarazu, having a special interest in nasal allergy. Dr. Kasyapi Nagarazu is MSc ENT surgeon in charge of the endoscopy unit at VN Allergy and Asthma Research Center, Chennai. Areas of interest: allergic rhinitis, non-allergic rhinitis, nasobronchial allergies, and local allergic rhinitis. So I invite Dr. Kasyapi to deliver her talk. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll drive straight into the topic for today. I'll start with a case scenario. This is something which we face in our day-to-day life, for that matter. I have a 25-year-old male who is a known patient of allergic rhinitis and bronchial asthma, who was very regularly taking medications, was started on immunotherapy elsewhere for house dust mite. He was not at all responding. Digging deep into the history, we found out that he was more sensitized to, again, house dust mite. There was also a sensitization to DPDF blomia, the 3 major aeroallergens that are present over here. And also crab was found to be positive on skin prick test. At this point of time, I will stop over here. With this picture, we would like to see why the treatment was not sufficient. He was taking medications regularly. He was on immunotherapy, but still it was not responding. So what are the probable causes at this point of time? Does the patient need a change of immunotherapy, or is it the standardization, lack of standardization that is the culprit over here, or is there any other cause? I will go to the details a little further. Coming to component resolved diagnosis, it is also called with multiple other names, which is listed over here. One is molecular allergy diagnosis, that is MAD, and PAMDA, that is precision allergy molecular diagnostic applications. Before going into the topic in brief, I would want you to know a few definitions. Most of it you already know, but these are something which we'll have to keep in mind before going into component resolved diagnosis. What is an allergen component? Allergen component is something which contains multiple different allergic proteins. Each component is capable of causing an allergy in whichever form in a patient. So epitope is something which is a part of a component, and epitope is something which is an area where the allergen goes and binds in a particular allergen. Primary allergen is something which is the trigger, which is the original molecule which is responsible for the allergenic reaction that is happening in the patient. Coming to the cross-reactivity is something which happens in a group of similar allergenic components. For example, we have DERP10, which is a component of the major dust mite, whereas PEN-M1, that is a component of shrimp. So you already know that patients with dust mite allergy who might have issues with eating shrimp, there is a cross-reactivity that is happening. This is a very classical example of cross-reactivity. Another cross-reactivity example that we have is POA and Timothy, which are again groups of pollens that we have here. What is a major allergen? What is a minor allergen? The need for digging into molecular level is explained by these topics. Major allergen is something which on a blood test, when we do it, it is recognized by more than 50% of IgE antibodies in a sensitized patient. The patient is already allergic. More than 50%, it is being recognized. That is called as a major allergen. They bind to a very huge fraction of allergen source of IgE. And minor allergen is something which is, of course, recognized by less than 50% of the allergenic population. Initiator molecule here is something, the concept of major and minor allergen is slowly fading away. It is going into much deeper concepts wherein we call as initiator molecules. These are the molecules which are actually responsible for the maximum part of allergy in that particular patient. There can be more than one in number. It need not be only one single molecule. It can be multiple molecules. As I told you, this is a classical example. If we take the dust mite, that is Dermatophagoides terronicinus, all the blue highlighted areas are actually the major components, whereas the brown highlighted areas, two are the minor components. So these are this is the overview of actually the allergenic families that are present. I took food allergy as an example over here. We have plant and animal allergies of origins of food allergies, which are, they have multiple proteins in them, which are structurally related, which have a similar structure, which might be the cause for cross-reactivity that is happening. So earlier, the approach for any allergic patient for that matter, be it aero allergy, be it food allergy for that matter, is very simple. You take a history, then you go for a diagnosis, be it a specific IgE, be it skin prick test. And then once you do that, if necessary, go for much more deeper evaluation of maybe doing a component resolved diagnosis. Then you come to a clinical certainty. You are either certain that the patient is suffering with one particular thing, or you're uncertain. On the right side, we have another broad-based approach wherein you already know through history that the patient might be having polysensitivity through history itself. Then what we can do is, instead of going step by step, we can always bypass the initial steps and go directly and do a array of multiplex testing. After that, you can reinterpret, you can reconfirm with your diagnosis. If needed, go for allergen avoidance or immunotherapy. These are two different top-down and bottom-up approaches which have been practicing on a separate basis. In molecular allergology, in component resolved diagnosis, we combine these together and we call it as a U-shaped approach. So coming to the methods of component result diagnosis, again, there are multiple methods in which can be done, but here I have highlighted the three main steps. One is singleplex extract, one is singleplex component, and other one is a multiplex component. Singleplex extract, you all are already aware of it. Multiple people would have already been doing it. The specific IgE for DP, specific IgE for milk, specific IgE for shrimp. All these are singleplex extracts. Whereas singleplex component, usually done by immunocap method, that is PADIA, is something in which we have multiple components of a single allergenic agent. That is, for example, as I showed you, DP has multiple components. So you send each component separately in a singleplex component. Coming to the multiplex components test, you have a panel of allergens, including various groups. You have aeroallergens, you have food, you have cat dander, you have animal dander, and all their components in a single chip, as you can see over on the left side. So both the techniques are pretty much similar, except for singleplex, either extract or component for that matter. It is very quantitative, whereas multiplex array uses a modified ELISA-based testing, where it is a semi-quantitative method. I've highlighted the pros and cons of all the singleplex and multiplex testing for that matter. As I told you, singleplex testing is a very high analytical sensitivity test when we have to consider it. And it is very cost efficient if it is done on a single component or a single allergen basis. And it decreases unnecessary need of testing multiple allergens. When it comes to multiplex, again, it is very simple, it is semi-automated, and it's easy to find out, especially in multi-sensitized patients. But the low analytical sensitivity is something which is very, very, drawback in multiplex testing. The use of molecular allergology usually is again recommended in mainly 3 points. One is the genuinity of the allergy. Is the allergy genuine, or there is a cross-reactivity that is happening? We can also modify the way we give across the prescription for allergen immunotherapy. We can modify it. We can accurately give a prescription for it after doing a component result diagnosis. Also check whether there is a clinical cross-reactivity, as I already told you. Coming to the individual part of CRDs in multiple major allergen groups. First, we will take the food allergies. In food allergies, we have a case scenario here wherein we have, this is a very common case. We have a 14-year-old girl who had multiple episodes of urticaria and angioedema at 4 different times after consuming wheat-based diet and was going by cycle to her school. So ultimately, we have done skin prick test. We have done specific IgE, which revealed that she was sensitive to gluten. After this, we have sent the patient for component result diagnosis, wherein we found that the patient is having omega-5 gliadin, which is a major component in gluten, which is also responsible for food-dependent exercise-induced anaphylaxis. So this is the picture which shows, as I told you, gluten has major components and minor components. In any molecule for that matter, it has a heat labile and a heat stable protein. Heat stable proteins in general are usually considered to be the major allergens in any allergen causing agent for that matter. And heat labile proteins are usually the minor allergens which are present. So this is where we have albumin and globulin, which is a major protein in wheat. We also have gliadin, that is omega-5 gliadin that I was talking about, which is also a major protein. This is a classical example of a peanut allergy, wherein these are all the components that might be present in peanut allergy. Why we need to know the components in peanut allergy is as simple as that. Just avoid unnecessary prescription of telling the patient, "Ha, tum ye avoid karo." Please, in order to avoid that, we would want to know what are the components of the peanut for that matter. On the left side, we have a couple of components which are RAH2, RAH1, RAH6. All these are major allergens. As I told you, they are heat stable. You cook it, it does not get dissolved. Whereas on the right side, we have minor allergens, which might be the primary allergen, or it might also be a cross-reactivity. That is, for example, if the patient is sensitized to something called as profilin or BET-V1, we have to suspect a cross-reacting pollen allergy in that patient, so that you treat the pollen allergy, the patient will stop responding abnormally to peanut. So similarly in milk, again, you already know milk has major and minor components for that matter. The major component is casein. Casein is something which is very, very important. You check for casein, you see that it is positive, then it is the positive predictive value of casein is 95%. So in 95% of patients, if it is more, the value is more than 10, you can avoid unnecessary oral challenge and also avoid unnecessary anaphylactic reactions happening. Coming to aeroallergies, again, aeroallergies, there are multiple tests in which it is important to do CRDs for that matter. We have a 31-year-old male with severe persistent allergic rhinitis and bronchial asthma, not responding to pharmacotherapy. As you see, the skin prick test, DPDF and Blomia are all positive with pseudopodia. If you see, this is the report of a component result diagnosis. You can see that the major allergens, that is DERP5 and DERP21, are significantly positive, but they are not major allergens in comparison to BLOT5, which is the major allergen in Blomia therapy. So we have started Blomia immunotherapy for this patient, and the patient is doing very well. So again, cross-reactivity, as I told you, BLOT and DERP, these are the agents where we have cross-reactivity. The ones which are marked in black are the ones which are major allergens. Rest all are minor allergens. Polysensitization in general has 3 components. Genuine sensitization, which means the patient is genuinely having a major allergen sensitivity. So we can either advise avoidance or we can suggest an immunotherapy. It has another component wherein it has there can be a cross reactivity which is happening. Again, once we rule out cross reactivity, we can either tell to avoid immunotherapy or avoid the allergen on the whole. And the other point is CCD, that is cross-reacting carbohydrate determinant. That is something which is significant for false positivities. You have panels of tests which you come across where you see that there are multiple things the patient is allergic to, but it is not necessary that the patient is allergic to everything in that. It might be true that the patient is actually having a CCD positivity. So you can unnecessarily, you can actually advise the patient that the patient need not get any immunotherapy or the patient need not avoid any food in particular as such. So polysensitization has these 3 components. This is actually one of the first studies from India that we have done since 2019. We have recently presented this in the EACI Hybrid Congress, which concluded in July 2022. It is a study of 100 patients that we have done, dermatophagoides terronicinous components, that is DERP1, 2, 10, and 23, where we have found that there is a maximum sensitivity to DERP23, that is in 65% of patients. And also the correlation with skin prick test and specific IgE was also very, very good. Coming to role in immunotherapy, I hope you remember the case that I was discussing in the first half of the session, wherein the 25-year-old male, he was not responding to any immunotherapy. He was not responding to pharmacotherapy as such. So what can be the reason? That prompted us to go ahead and dig deeper. We have reassessed the patient again. We have done a single plex testing. If you see the report here, we have DPDF and Blomia, which are having similar quantities present after doing a single plex testing via FADIA method. We were only having in hand the components of DP alone, which we have gone across and done it too. If we see number 2 from the bottom, that is DERP10, it is not labeled, I'm extremely sorry. DERP10 is actually the one which is significantly high amongst all the 4 components. So if DERP10 is high, DERP10 is a minor allergen, and it is not very much represented well in any of the immunotherapy agents that are actually available commercially. So the patient might not, react properly or might not develop sensitization after giving immunotherapy if there is DERP10 positivity. This has prompted us to lean more towards giving the patient a Blomia immunotherapy because the patient is having Blomia also highly significant. But then enter multiplex testing. We got our hands on multiplex testing during the same time. We subjected the patient's serum for multiplex testing. If you see that I have highlighted 3 different points, the one in the bottom, Blomia tropicalis, that is BLOT5, which is the major allergen, is actually negative in this patient. In spite of the patient having specific IgE positive for Blomia and skin prick test with Blomia pseudopodia, the major allergen is actually negative. So had we gone across and given the patient a Blomia immunotherapy, we would have ended up the same way. So the earlier immunotherapy that the patient was receiving might not have been adequate. So that is the reason, if you see DER-F2 and DER-P2 are the major allergens in both DP and DF, we went ahead and started DPDF subcutaneous immunotherapy for the patient, and he's currently asymptomatic right now. Again, CRD in immunotherapy as such, it has the highest benefit wherein there is a maximum positivity in the major allergens as such. DP10 positivity, as I told you, is of very clinical significance, wherein it shows that immunotherapy response is very, very poor. Right? We are going towards, single-based method to precision medicine. As our esteemed Professor Dr. Ramesh Kumar sir was telling earlier, we have to individualize, we have to customize the treatment. That is where comes precision medicine. CRD is part of precision medicine. Precision medicine, also called as P4 medicine, is a personalized, predictive, and even preventive medicine as such. So what usually we were actually here in symptom-based medicine, wherein we were taking a herd of people and treating according to the symptoms. Then we moved on to evidence-based medicine. We have evidence for everything. We have guidelines for everything. Now we are moving to algorithm-based precision medicine, wherein each individual is having a specific individualized treatment that is happening. That can only happen with molecular allergology. That can only happen with CRD, doing which will put the allergist as the allergist plays a very major role here, because the allergists have to know about what is happening in a molecular level. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I owe everything to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kasyapi Nagarajan, for such a nice talk. And we are seeing the nasal allergy almost many times is related with bronchial asthma. And we are unfortunate to have a more indoor allergy than outdoor. Now because of the AC, the pollution is more in the rooms, no cross ventilation, no sunlight exposure. So thank you very much for warning so much.
The panel discussion, hold the Atopic March. The moderator is Dr. Neeraj Gupta. I invite Dr. Neeraj Gupta to conduct this panel discussion.
We hand over the mic to moderator Dr. Gupta to conduct the session. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much, sir, for the kind invitation. And without any much delay, we would start with the panel discussion. So for that, we will require the esteemed panelists. So I would like to invite the panelist, Dr. Mohit Podar. So please come up, Dr. Mohit. So Dr. Mohit Podar is a consultant pediatrician and allergy specialist from Podar Hospital, Jaipur. And he has already done his fellowship in allergy and clinical immunology. And he has recently organized a one-day conference in Jaipur on allergies, very active member on allergies. He is executive, a member from Rajasthan on IAP Allergy and Immunology chapter. Then we have with us Dr. Shraddha Soni. Dr. Soni, please come. So Dr. Soni is respiratory medicine, allergy and sleep specialist. She has also done her fellowship in allergy and clinical immunology. And she is also qualified as sleep medicine specialist, currently working at Schwash Chest Clinic, Mathura, and already has got a great experience in the respiratory medicine and allergies. And then we have got our senior sir, Dr. Abhay Kumar Shah. Sir, please come. So I think I cannot describe him in words. You can just see on the screen his achievements. His name is enough to describe him. So everybody knows him. Dr. Shah, sir, please. So he is gold medalist and then FIAP and many other things. You just see that how many things are there. So, and I have actually cut down his CV, means because it was not coming in one page. So, and then we have got Dr. Himanshu Dua with us. Dr. Himanshu, are you with us? Okay. So, let us start. So as we are going to discuss with about the atopic march. So we know about atopic march, we will discuss one case. And so directly going to the case, 1-year-old boy referred to an allergist with a history of moderate atopic dermatitis. He was suspected to have food allergy. And on taking the history, we came to know that child was exclusively breastfed till 1 year of age. And then suddenly experiencing some acute hives, vomiting, and sudden onset respiratory distress, which was after the first time initiation of cow's milk. In the past history, there was poorly controlled infantile onset dermatitis was there, and for which the child was requiring some topical steroids. In taking the family history, it is clearly atopic. Father was suffering from atopic dermatitis in his childhood, currently suffering from asthma. Mother also gave the history of dermatitis, and elder sister also experienced some eczema, food allergies, and asthma. So skin testing for the child was done, which came out to be positive for milk. And ultimately, as we understand, for cow's milk protein allergy, the milk and dairy avoidance were executed, and there's frequent higher potency steroids were needed. In the follow-up, the atopic dermatitis improved over next few months. And by 2 years of age, the child now required admission for an upper respiratory infection. And later on in the respiratory panel, we found that this was like human rhinovirus, then repeated infections, later on with bronchiolitis, with respiratory syncytial virus. So frequent episodes happened with these viral type of episodes. And then at 2.5 years of age, because of these frequent wheezy episodes, the child was presenting to a physician and skin test was done, which came out to be positive for certain pollens and dust mite. And by 3 years, he was already labeled as food allergy, rhinitis, and asthma. And the child was started on some regular inhaled steroids with requirement of SABA, PRN. By 4 years of age, the skin manifestations become better, we have already known. And by this time, the child have actually outgrown from the milk allergy. He passed the skin test and the challenge test, and ultimately the milk was reintroduced and child tolerated it well. So now my question to Dr. Mohit. So Dr. Mohit, in this case, do you find any interesting relationship between the skin and the respiratory problems?
Sure, sir. This is a classical example of allergic march. As we see in this case, the child has progressed from initial atopic dermatitis gradually over to asthma and allergic rhinitis. So this is what we call atopic march as a whole. If we see this diagram, which is just now being telecasted, this is something which we all are quite aware of. So here, if we reiterate it, in the beginning, we see that initially it starts with the green line, that is the eczema, followed by food allergy, which also comes in hand. Thereby, gradually, over the age of around 5, we have asthma also picking up. But here, if we see that the asthma and eczema, both the blue and the green lines are crossing each other. So there is a classical shift from atopic dermatitis to eczema, from eczema to atopic dermatitis to asthma in certain cases.
Right. So as he rightly pointed out, if you see the diagram carefully, so it is the first manifestation. The first manifestation is usually the skin allergy or the eczema, and which is usually contributed or attributed to food allergies. And then the food allergies, if you just see the orange line, it is usually dipping down by 3 years or 4 years. And then the second manifestation, which is usually respiratory allergy, most commonly asthma, which is picking up, which is coming up by 2 years, 3 years, 4 years of age. And thereafter, as the asthma is coming down by 7 years or 8 years, then the rhinitis is picking up, and the more chances of rhinitis are there in the adolescent age group. So my question to you is that when we have discussed this concept of atopic march, that first thing comes like dermatitis, second comes asthma, third comes rhinitis. So is it something like a theoretical topic, or do you really see that in your practice also?
See, initially, when we read about this, many a times it looks theoretical.
Yeah.
Because we many a times see the patient on a very short notice of 2 minutes or 3 minutes in our busy OPDs. And that time we are just treating what is present there at that
Correct.
time. But as we know about the whole scenario and we look back in what we are treating, or we look into the history of the patient, it is surely practical. And this has been proved by various studies also. As you can see here in these studies, that in the cases where there has been a high level of eczema or severe eczema in the initial 2 or 3 years, these children had higher prevalence of allergic asthma in the future scenarios. Similarly, if we look that atopic dermatitis has increased risk of allergic asthma and allergic rhinitis, this has also been shown in this longitudinal study by child.
So a very important aspect which has been highlighted by Dr. Mohit. And another particular reason of seeing them at one hand is because a child who is presenting with atopic dermatitis often get presented to a dermatologist. And probably they might not be aware that this particular child might require a respiratory physician or an allergy specialist later on. And that is why this child's symptoms get segregated. So when that particular child presents to us as a respiratory physician, then at that time we just only look at the asthma or rhinitis part. Whereas when he is already presenting to a dermatologist, they just look at the dermatitis. So there is no link which happens in between, but actually it is a practical aspect which is seen. So, and as you rightly mentioned, that atopic marks the gateway or the first member of the family is called as atopic dermatitis or eczema. And then it is like a second member of the food allergens, typical 8 common food allergens which are there, which are responsible for 95% of the food allergies. And then the third member usually is asthma, and fourth member is rhinitis. And as we mentioned, as we see there, that the most common, the atopic dermatitis is most common among the first 6 months of life. And the graph, which is more darker in color, so it is in the Western world, as it has been shown earlier slides also. So they are having more chances or more prevalence of atopic dermatitis, whereas in India, luckily we are having lesser chances. But I would also like to say that there is dearth of studies that we still don't know the actual prevalence. So whatsoever numbers are shown here, that 4 to 6%, the numbers might be quite high, but because the patients are not directly presenting to one particular type of specialty, they are getting segregated. They are getting to GPs, they are getting to, you can say, like the dermatologists, to the pediatricians, or even to the complementary and alternative medicine people. So the data is not there. When data is not there, so these numbers might be the huge underestimate. So Dr. Shraddha would like to know that the first member of the family, the atopic dermatitis, which seems to be the gateway, how it actually starts.
So it is a defect in epithelial, that is a filaggrin defect, and it is a gene changes, encoding mutation is there in the IL-33, TSLP, and SPINK5 mutation is there. And with the environmental factors, both the gene mutation and environmental causes the epithelial barrier and causes atopic dermatitis.
So very important point which has been highlighted, if you just understand a chicken or egg theory. So usually people say that chicken came first or egg came first. We don't know. So similarly, it has been attributed earlier that whether the allergens or the food is responsible for dermatitis, or whether it is the genetic defect which is responsible for dermatitis. We usually say that it is the genetics or it is the genes which loads the gun, but environment pulls the trigger. So you actually require the genetics to load the gun. So this is the genetic defect in the epidermis, which is the primary cause. So there are certain genes like filaggrin, but filaggrin is not the only one. It is the most common one. There are other genes, as she rightly mentioned, as you can see on the screen also, and which are actually responsible for integrity of the epidermis, which are there. There are important genes, are even other genes are like IL-33 and even TSLP. So these genes are also there. And on the top of that, when environmental factors come, they just pull the trigger, and then ultimately the bullet is blasted. So Dr. Shraddha, can you elaborate this?
Yeah, this curve shows infancy because food allergy, that is the atopic dermatitis start from the food, that is early, like early 6 months. And in the preschools, if the atopic dermatitis patients or children are coming, so we have to see for a food allergy with the dust mite also. And if the further after the school, it can be that we have to see the second infection like a staph aureus also, sir.
So rightly mentioned, as we mentioned that about the environmental factors. So at different ages, the environmental factors are different. So atopic dermatitis is not always correlated with food. It is only in the early part of the childhood. Probably in initial 3, 4, 5 years, you can probably attribute it to the food allergens. But after 3 years or 4 years, even another allergen, that is a dust mite. Even there are other allergens like cockroach, some certain type of molds, they might also be exacerbating or acting as a, you can say like a pulling the trigger or environmental factors. And then later on in the adulthood, even the skin get infected with some staphylococcus infection, and they can also exacerbate the eczematous condition. So Dr. Shah, I would like to ask you about the association between food allergy and atopic dermatitis.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Neeraj. So it has been found that the children who has got the atopic dermatitis early in the life, they will usually go 33% will go for the atopic march, will give the respiratory symptom. And it has been also been found that when the atopic dermatitis is severe and persistent, not responding to our modalities or therapy, they are getting more chances of even severe respiratory component as well. So remember that in general, the incidence of allergy is 10%. But if you look at this, the patient who has got atopic dermatitis, it is 3 times higher. So it's a quite correlation that the atopic march starts with their dermatitis, followed by the food allergy and then the respiratory phenotype.
Thank you very much, sir. A very important point which has been highlighted. If you just consider 100 patients of atopic dermatitis presented somewhere to some physician, whether it is a dermatologist or anybody else, 1/3 of them, almost 35% of them are likely to have IgE mediated food allergy. So if a person who is looking atopic dermatitis or eczematous child for the first time and is not aware about this fact, he is likely to miss so many children, so many patients at that particular point. And has been already highlighted by Dr. Mohit, a IgE mediated food allergy, if it is there, it is more likely to travel towards atopic. So if the patient is picked up at very early, at the first stage, and we are able to detect that IgE mediated food allergy probably at that point, then you can probably prevent the IgE mediated atopic march or allergic march. A very important point here. So Dr. Podar, do all children with atopic dermatitis go into atopic march?
No, sir, not really. All the children go forward with the atopic march. Yes, we can say that around 50 to 60% of atopic dermatitis is there itself. But as you can see from this diagram, a good amount of them, say around 20% of them, say 15 to 20% proceed towards asthma. Some proceed towards allergic rhinitis. Some may show symptoms of both asthma and allergic rhinitis. Whereas in certain cases, we might not see atopic dermatitis in the beginning at all, but asthma and allergic rhinitis in the future.
So as we have discussed in the previous slide, then out of 100 children of atopic dermatitis, 1/3 are likely to have IgE mediated food allergy. This diagram also highlights the same thing. 2/3 do not go further. They stay there only. But rest 1/3 will go to the respiratory manifestations, could be any in any sequence. As Dr. Podar, please explain this.
This slide usually is showing us basically the phenotypes of allergy, we can say. Like in the very beginning, we can see that all the three types, that is the V's, the eczema, and the rhinitis are at a very lower side. Whereas if we see in the third diagram on the top, that is the child which is presenting with more of V's, here we can see that in such cases, eczema is also coexisting with along with it. If we come to another slide, bar diagram, say the sixth one, that is the second one in the lower row, that is a transient visa. In a transient visa, we will see V's more, but simultaneously there will be low incidence of rhinitis and somewhat incidence of eczema at some point of age. Similarly, the other diagrams are there showing eczema only, rhinitis only, persistent V's with late onset rhinitis, etc.
So rightly explained. So as we need to understand that atopic march is actually a immunological concept, that what exactly is happening in the body. But that doesn't mean that each and every child has to go in the same path. So there are different phenotypes. As you rightly mentioned, there are children who are not getting any sort of manifestation. There are children who are getting only dermatitis, only V's, late onset V's, early onset V's, only rhinitis. So different phenotypes are available for atopic march. So it is not only one atopic march which goes always like that. So there could be a different type of phenotypes which can happen in atopic march. So Dr. Podar, what are the different risk factors for atopic march progression? A child comes to you, you diagnosed atopic dermatitis, and thereafter the mother wants to know that whether my child is going to go in another one like asthma or rhinitis or not. What you will say?
First of all, I'll see that how bad is atopic dermatitis. If it's a severe atopic dermatitis, then 60% of the children with severe atopic dermatitis have a tendency to develop asthma in future. Whereas in the cases of mild atopic dermatitis, only 20% will may proceed towards developing asthma. Similarly, if food allergy is there, then its association with asthma is around at an odds ratio of 2.16%. And similarly, asthma and AR, we all know that 75% of asthmatics present with the symptoms of AR. So assessing the child and showing that how and labeling the disease severity, we can predict that whether the child will proceed towards the allergic march or not.
So can you please highlight this table? What are those factors?
Like here, if we look into the atopic dermatitis endotype, just look into the dark boxes. First is atopic dermatitis endotype with atopic dermatitis with elevated IgE levels and type 2 inflammation. Then early onset of atopic dermatitis, that is less than 2 years of age, with a moderate to severe propensity and persistent for more than 3 years, and a mutation of filaggrin and TSLP. In such kind of cases, there is a strong association of development of allergic asthma. Whereas all the light color boxes, that is with mild severity, non-atopic atopic dermatitis, late onset, and transient, which is persisting less than 3 years, there is a moderate to no association of allergic asthma development can be seen.
Right. So this particular slide actually highlights the importance. Everybody knows about modified asthma predictive index. A child comes to you at 3 or 4 years of age. Mother wants to know that whether my child is going to have asthma later on also, or it will resolve. That will be told by modified asthma predictive index. So child has already got asthma and now she wants to know whether it will resolve or not. But here in this particular table, child has not got any asthma. He has not developed any respiratory symptom till date. And with the onset of only the eczema, we can actually predict up till a certain level of certainty that, okay, this particular child is going to probably develop an atopic march. So how does exactly this happen, Dr. Shraddha?
Sir, already we discussed there is a gene mutation as there and epithelial destruction filaggrin. So this happens like there is a release of the interleukin cells and activation of dendrite cells. And dendrite cells activate the path of the TS2. And the further they wait for them, then further allergen comes, they introduce the basophils, eosinophil cells and causes the TS2. And with the involuntary factors.
So this slide is really very important and nicely explained. And because the prevention and the treatment lies based upon this slide. If you just see the slide very carefully, there is a defect in the epidermis, which is the baseline genetic defect. And as the defect in the epidermis is there, thereafter, these interleukins like interleukin 33, TSLP, they all are released. And ultimately they shift the internal milieu towards the allergic arm, which is a TH2 arm. Now the immune system is more predisposed, more sensitized, and it is just waiting for the environmental factors to enter. And through the defective epidermis, if the environmental factors are entering, depending upon the age of the child, whether it is food for a young child or probably environmental factors for a bigger child or later on some infections, then ultimately the whole cascade is triggered and ultimately the B cells are stimulated. And can you please tell us that, can it happen in the intact skin also?
Yes, sir. When we are having a healthy skin also, we can have like atodermatitis by the applying the lotions, sir, already discussed, that is a peanut based lotion or a wheat weight lotions that can causes also, and the house dust might also causes fungi and some pollens that also causes. And in my practice also, we have seen so much fungal infection. They are coming with atopic dermatitis also.
So there are certain allergens which even can cross through the healthy skin also. And another important thing, a child comes to us, atopic dermatitis diagnosed, we did some food allergy testing, came out to be 1 or 2 food positive. Okay, we asked them to avoid. Parents are very nice. They are avoiding it very nicely. Ask them to moisturize. They are going home, moisturizing, and then the child is coming back. Once again, the symptoms are not resolved. What has happened? Probably the choice of moisturizer. That is wrong. Because there are certain moisturizers which could be milk-based. There are moisturizers which could be peanut-based or wheat-based. And probably the child might be having the allergy to the same food. And we forgot to mention that the choice of moisturizer is also important. So we need to really see that that particular moisturizer must not have that same type of allergenic food item. It should not be that based. So this is important. And please explain this.
Sir, we discussed for atopic dermatitis, that is a skin barrier defect, that is a TS2 cells that is activated, and it travels to our systematic circulations like larynx and upper way. It causes allergic rhinitis symptoms like block the nose, running nose, sneezing and all. And when it travels descend to our lungs, it causes asthma by activation of TS2 cells, interleukin 13 and 4 cells and basophils and mast cells. That is IgA mediated. Wheeze, shortness of breath further, and
so brilliantly explained. As she has rightly mentioned, skin is the first barrier. Skin crossed, allergen enters, B cell stimulated, thereafter going to the systemic circulation, sitting in the nose, going to the bronchial mucosa, and just waiting for the allergen to come. And when the inhaled allergen comes, then thereafter it is like a secondary exposure. And then the mast cells are actually ready. They're already having the IgE molecules on them, and then they will degranulate and the symptoms will appear. So this is actually the basic mechanism you nicely explained about atopic march. So Dr. Shah, what causes asthma? Is it hygiene hypothesis or versus repeated viral infection? Why I ask you this question? Yeah, so let me first ask the question and then we will. So we all understand about hygiene hypothesis. We say that the more hygienic you go, the more allergies will come. Correct now? Everybody understand this? More hygienic you go, more allergies will come. The less hygienic you go, that means more infections. So less chances of allergy, correct? On the other hand, we are saying that repeated infections, repeated viral infections are predisposing towards asthma. On one hand, we are saying infections more, less allergy. On the other hand, we are saying repeated viral infections, more asthma. How these two statements are correlating? Are you getting my point? How these two statements are correlating? So Dr. Shah, please explain.
Yeah, so it's a paradoxical statement. So when there is a hygiene theory, it means child has the immune system has not been trained because of lack of the microbial exposure. At the same time, when the child has a repeated viral infection, maybe because of RSV or metapneumovirus or adenovirus, they are more prone to have asthma because of their high asthma index score. So and this is again mediated by this our IL-33, which causes a lot of migration of the lymphocytes in the respiratory airway once they are exposed to the allergen.
So if you just see here, the interleukins which have been released during the atopic dermatitis, defective skin barrier, IL-33 and IL-4. Now what they do is that they block the interferon production, the natural interferon production. And this natural interferon is actually responsible for killing the viruses. So they reduce the viral prodrome. In the absence of this interferon, the viral episodes got prolonged. So they probably get 10 days, 12 days, 15 days, something like that. And ultimately the inflammation, the airway inflammation continues for a longer time. That gives an easy passage, easy entry through the aeroallergens. And ultimately these children get more predisposed towards asthma. And here comes the role of antiviral therapy. We'll be discussing about that. But people also say that those children who are more predisposed towards atopic march, some studies are saying to promote antiviral therapy during viral episodes. We are not promoting, there are no consensus, but some studies says role of antiviral therapy because of that. So Dr. Pada, can you please summarize the atopic march progression?
Yeah, if you see this through this slide, this is a repetition of what we have discussed up till now. Like the environmental factors usually lead to childhood asthma and thereby leading to sensitization of the epidermis by entry of the allergen. Once the epicutaneous sensitization occurs, the Th2 memory cells are made and these Th2 memory cells will stay there. Once they are there, another exposure by on those sensitized airways will lead further to asthma and allergic rhinitis. Similarly, other environmental modifiers of the atopic march, they act on each and every step in these all steps mentioned out here.
Right. So your advice to halt the atopic march. Now we understand what is atopic march, how it happens. Is there any advice which you would like to give to the parents to halt the atopic march?
To halt the atopic march, first and foremost, as it has always been said in IAP, is reduction of antibiotic exposure early in the life. Many a times we see that a neonate is there and our diagnosis dilemma is also there, that there is some sort of fever there and we go forward with the antibiotic use bluntly. Please be careful before proceeding with antibiotic therapy. Just remember that we are opening the floodgates for tomorrow, that is of allergy. So please remember that simultaneously, a childhood exposure to household pets, unpasteurized milk and toxins will also help in maintaining a balance of Th1 and Th2. Routine use of emollient reduces the use atopic dermatitis symptoms, but does it has an effect on sensitization is still a debatable topic. Prophylactic antihistamines have no role. There's no point in giving a long-term Montelukast with levocetirizine combinations and all to these kids. Then exclusive breastfeeding should be limited to around 4 to 6 months of age. And then early introduction of other allergenic foods like peanut and these other allergenic foods shows that there is a reduction for atopic dermatitis, which has been caused due to peanut, but its effect on late manifestations like asthma and allergic rhinitis are not yet known.
And this early introduction means like somewhere around 6 months of age. So, but exclusive breastfeeding has to be done by 6 months, if not possible because of any reason, at least 4 months. And then early introduction of nuts, allergenic food, rightly mentioned, somewhere around 4 to 6 months of age. Dr. Shraddha, any role of probiotics?
Yes, sir. Prebiotics, like a live organism that is for the healthy, and we use also like a prebiotics also, that is a host organism, and there is a symbiotics also, combination of pre and a probiotic, and this still there is a not so much publications and all still, and there's a no recommendations, but we are using.
Yeah, so I will just give you an analogy just to understand. So analogy is that I used to say that the early human being, somewhere around 10,000 years back, 20,000 years back, at that time, the human civilization was not that much developed. At that time, the human beings used to live like a hunters and the gatherers. At that time, in our intestine, there were a lot of microflora. That microflora was some helminths, typhoid, some other mycobacteria which were there, and we were remaining in symbiosis. So there were no allergies. Then some epidemiological transition happened, and at that time, we became a little bit civilized. And at that time, certain intruders came in, some viruses came in. So these viruses are probably the calciviruses, coronaviruses, measles, mumps, other viruses came in. But old microbiota still remained there. And now the new epidemiological transition happened. We moved to the cities. We moved to the more hygienic environment. Vaccination came in, more antibiotic exposure came in. So ultimately what happened? That the old friends which were there, like the microorganisms which were there, they got killed. But the newer intruders remained. So there is a dysbiosis which happened, which was earlier in symbiosis. And it is because of this dysbiosis in the microbiota, the immunological diseases are increasing, whether it is allergy, whether it is rheumatological diseases or any other immunological diseases. So probiotics are mainly targeted to resume back the same dysbiosis or same, you can say like symbiosis. And which probiotics? So maximum studies are on Lactobacillus rhamnosus. But still, till date, there is no consensus on that, because all these studies have been sponsored by certain pharma companies. We still don't know that what should be the rationale. So a prophylactic probiotic supplementation is not recommended. Dr. Abhay, your take on vitamin D?
Dr. Neeraj, I'd just
Yes.
like to add one point.
Please,
here.
please.
Usually with probiotic, I always give an example of our Mumbai's local. In the rush hour, the local is tightly packed. Now, if anyone wants to enter, it is only possible if someone gets out. So if our gut microbiome is tightly packed with symbiotic microorganisms, the other whatever bacteria is coming from outside will have to have a competition out there to colonize inside. So that way also it gives a good immunity to us. So probiotics, yes, majority of the studies are industry sponsored. So we won't go forward with putting it in black and white. But yes, if we look at it with this common sense, then they are really beneficial in this particular.
And by going with this concept, even in the West, where you can say like you all understand that vaginal deliveries should be promoted, but that is not in the hand of a human being, because there are certain circumstances in which cesarean has to be done. Cesareans are increasing nowadays. So in the West, what people are doing is that they are trying to take the vaginal flora of the mother after the delivery by the cesarean section, and that vaginal flora, that by the swab, the cotton swab, they are just trying to apply on the newborn, just to get exposed, the newborn get exposed to the vaginal flora or the microorganisms of the vagina, so that gets some beneficial effect. It is acting like a probiotic, which Dr. Podar has rightly mentioned. Dr. Abhay, your take on vitamin D?
Yeah, so when there is vitamin D deficiency or insufficiency, the chances of severe respiratory symptoms are more. But actually, whether it holds the atopic march is not known. So evidence is not that strong.
Absolutely. So vitamin D supplementation is, you can say like not recommended. But if you just ask the clinical practice, a person who is having low vitamin D levels, it becomes allergies become a little bit difficult to control. And if you just supplement and optimize the level, then they become a better, you can say like controllable. But recommendations say no. Dr. Shah, your comments on pharmacotherapy, immunotherapy, and biologicals to stop atopic march.
Yeah, so out of this, all this, only the emollients is going to work. When you reduce the breach in the continuity or maintain the, if we maintain the integrity of the skin mucosa, then there won't be any entry of the allergen in the body. So only which is effective is the emollient. Even the steroids or antihistamines is not going to hold the this atopic march. Similarly, as far as immunotherapy is concerned, there are two different types. One is a lingual and other is a subcutaneous. They can be used in a high-risk atopic patient, but again, it requires more evidence. And about this monoclonal antibody and these biologicals, again, the role in the prevention is not yet known. So all these are in the research area. So what actually works is the good use of the optimal use of the optimal therapy of the atopic dermatitis, especially to maintain the integrity of the skin barrier. That is most important.
Rightly mentioned, sir. Absolutely rightly. You just hit the nail on the dot. There is a moisturization. Moisturization is the key that is necessary. And immunotherapy is the only therapy which can actually stop, which can actually halt the atopic march. No other therapy. Even biologicals also cannot stop it. But there are certain recommendations of biologicals like omalizumab in certain high-risk conditions. Those high-risk conditions, for an example, if a patient is presenting to you with severe epidermal defect, could be because of certain genetic defects, hyper IgE syndrome, something like that. At that time, because the genetics is not favoring you, and that particular person, or a person who is having mast cell disorder. So now this particular person is sitting at a high Th2 milieu, and at that time just waiting for a slightest trigger of environment to explode. Then at that particular time, what they are doing is that they are just blocking the IgE receptors. They are using omalizumab as a prophylactic therapy. Certain studies are there, no consensus. So to summarize, if we want to just understand risk factors, early onset, beautifully explained. Early onset atopic dermatitis, severe atopic dermatitis, long atopic dermatitis, risk factors. Genetic predisposition, genetic mutation, risk factor. IgE mediated food allergy, risk factor. So these all are there. And then more you go towards, you can say like a hygienic environment, urban environment, polluted environment, more are the risk factor. Children which is grown in the farm environment, they are having much lesser chances of allergies as compared to children which are probably born here in our metro cities though. And so the main thing, which is the emollient, which is the message, emollient is the key which need to be given to stop the atopic march. And then there are certain things which they say that epidermal defect needs to be healed as soon as possible using certain topical agents. And then it is important is early complementary feeding, early introduction of the allergenic food, which is needed, which is mandatory. And then Th2 targeted systemic therapy that also includes immunotherapy. And then symbiotics, which we have just discussed. So the key message is dermatitis is the gateway to atopic march. Consider optimal atopic dermatitis control as a means to prevent allergic sensitization. Early introduction of allergenic food, adequate control of environmental factors, and appropriate management of asthma and rhinitis is necessary. So these are the questions for you people. First question, atopic march is characterized by a progression in which manner? Anyone? Which choice is correct? I just want to know that whether you were sleeping or not. Second, is it okay? Or do we need to explain? Atopic dermatitis is the gateway. It is the first one. Atopic dermatitis is the first point. Eczema is the first point, right? Second question, which of the following is not a risk factor for atopic march? Not a risk factor. बोलो यार. Absolutely, very good. तो आप सो नहीं रहे थे, बहुत अच्छा. ठीक है? We just discussed IgE mediated food allergy, that means positive skin test. We just discussed pollution, maternal smoking. Even maternal smoking, grandmother smoking produces epigenetic changes that predisposes towards atopies, allergies, and family history of atopy. We just discussed about the case. And the last question is, which of the following intervention is useful to prevent atopic march? First one, all okay? Yes, absolutely. So with this, we will stop here. I will like to thank my panelists and would like to invite any questions, suggestions from all of you.
Excellent, Dr. Neeraj. That was a very big eye-opener in terms of allergy in clinical practice. You have elaborated on atopic dermatitis, the atopic march. You have elaborated on the importance of choosing the right moisturizer in children in whom we diagnose atopic dermatitis. You have talked about the status of hygiene hypothesis and the controversy or the confusion related to it, and the role of probiotics. With this, I declare this session concluded and hand over the mic to the session coordinators.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the last session for today, I invite our chairpersons, Dr. Smita Desai, madam, and Dr. Avinash Gawande, sir. Dr. Smita Desai, madam, Dr. Avinash Gawande, sir, to come up on stage and take over the proceedings.
So good afternoon, one and all. Let's start very important session. We will be covering very important topics in this. So first, topic is insect venom hypersensitivity by Dr. Narmada Ashok. She is allergy and asthma specialist at Nalam Medical Hospital. She is faculty at DAA at CMC Vellore. She is national coordinator of IPWW and she is organizing secretary of NCPID 2022. She has authored many asthma chapters in textbooks. So let's hear you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We are the last three batsmen who are standing here for the last session. And I really thank the people who are here for the last session and listening to this topic, insect venom hypersensitivity. I got a call from the organizer, sir, and he asked me, what are you going to really present as an insect venom hypersensitivity? So these are the case study. Can you just, we will be pondering on this while we discuss the same. A 2-year-old has just come from US. His mother has noticed since his arrival in India, he has developed large itchy maculopapular rashes that is intensely itchy. After certain days, it becomes very darkly pigmented. She seems to have given all antihistamines and lotions, but to no avail. She asks you the reason. Is it something like a hypersensitivity or should I do something about it? I mean, I'm sure all the practitioners here would have met with a similar problem. So case study 2, a 4-year-old A was bitten by red ants while on a resort. Parents noticed she had multiple pustules, which later developed into edema, as you can see in the photograph, that extended till the half of the limbs. Now, it was also painful and intensely itchy, and they're now frightened to take her anywhere for trekking because they are worried if she will develop any systemic reactions. Both the parents are doctors, and they want you to investigate. Should you or should you not? Case study 3 is a 20-year-old a farmer by profession brought to ER with multiple bee stings. He had massive stings and patient developed severe hypotension, respiratory distress, was stabilized in the ER. And then after 24 hours, when he was completely normal, he insisted on going home. And on the 7th day, he was brought to the emergency room with a generalized edema and reduced urine output. His parents are asking if this is connected. And is this an allergy or something else? So these are the 3 which clinically present to us as a practitioners in our practice. Now going ahead, so do we really need this topic? These are the cases I presented, but is it really so common in our practice that we need to discuss? Most primary care physicians are unaware. The advice ranges from the next one could kill you to you will outgrow the bites. The serious reactions, as we already saw, are not well documented and less severe and not getting reported. And we also know that the home remedies are very rampant and they may prevent them from getting any medical attention. Overall, we were thinking literatures were scant like any other studies like the drug reactions. But now there are a lot of Western literatures available, of course. 5 to 7.5% of the total population in the world is said to have suffered from an allergic reaction. Among them, the systemic reactions are more common in adults to the tune of about 3%, and about children have about 1%. And 56.5% of us, a general adult population, about 90, we have experienced at least one Hymenoptera sting. After experiencing a sting, 9.3 to 28% of the adults have developed prevalence of sensitization. So in the world, yes, this is a topic to be discussed. But in India, what about the studies? Studies have said that the insect bite prevalence have ranged from 5.27% to 10.6% in West India. It's a very well documented study from Pondicherry that has come up 8 years below above, like that they showed that in 2003, 5.27% was the incidence, and they said that 40% of the patients developed itching, 22% had tenderness, 31% had infected bites. So mind you, this was not about systemic reaction. This was about insect bite. So they did not document about sensitization or a severe reaction. Now we have the latest literature that come up in West Bengal in 2020, where Dr. Soibal Mitra and his team had done an evaluation in 450 patients to show the sensitization, and said that the most common skin prick test was, most common sensitization was to the common black ant and fire ant, and honeybees and wasp is also there. So this also did not talk about the clinical prevalence, but yes, Indian population did have a significant sensitization. Now, there was another interesting study in Simla in Himachal Pradesh, which they said they had a maximum incidence of wasp and bee stings. So this was very high compared to that of the snake bites, which we are all worried about. The incidence of massive of wasp killing was much more, and producing acute kidney injury was much more compared to that of the snake bites. So yes, this is a topic very much needed. We are having sensitization. We do have incidents of massive envenomation happening. So we need to discuss about the same. So can we go ahead? So we'll just go ahead and say the outline of the topic will be my bites, what's the reaction, the acute treatment, the prevention, our role as an IAP, what is the future and conclusion. So this I just going in a bit because there are a lot of insects and should be worried about every insect. No, we need to be concentrated on the Hymenoptera family alone, and basically the Apis, Vespa, and the Polistes and your Formicidae. Why we are talking about these things which has been circled, because as said, these are the 3 medically significant insects that can produce hypersensitivity reaction leading on to anaphylaxis. Whereas, as you know, the other things can just leave off with a bite alone. So what are the characteristics of this family? The India, they are present in the environment throughout the year. In other countries, it's like a very graded one. They may be present in only in certain seasons. But in India, we see the insect bite leading on to anaphylaxis throughout the year. But however, when there is a monsoon coming up, or when there is a humid, lot of outdoor trekking happening, there is an increased incidence happening. And temperature, humidity, rainfall, and wind speed are all influencing the activity, because people tend to move out more, people tend to get exposed more to this insect bite. And when there is a single stinging event, it might be a hungry wasp attracted to foods and biting us when the children go prodding into the resort place. Whereas if it's a multiple stinging bite, it is usually when their entire nest is threatened by the human intruder. So as we said, the Apidae family, the bumblebees, honeybees, and carpenter bees, these are a lot of cross-reactivity there. So honeybees is the most common, we are afraid, but we may be accidentally exposed to bumblebee and carpenter bee, and we may get the anaphylaxis to the same again. But the bee stings, which are very common in India, are this domesticated honeybees. These are predominantly only for honey culturing, and not unless we go and intrude into them, they don't come and attack us. And Apis mellifera is one type which is like the European or Italian bee, much wanted for its honey stuff, but it is not a native Indian species. What Western countries are more talking about is the African or African bee, which is a cross between the European and the Africanized one, which actually accidentally escaped from the lab. And because of the global warming, it's spreading across the entire nations. It has come up to Europe. Luckily, we don't have yet in India. The Africanized bee has an instance of increased anaphylactic reaction. One, it is also capable of attacking in swamp, capable of producing mass envenomation. So, but that is not characteristically here. What we are worried about is this domesticated honeybees, especially the Apis mellifera, that we, unless until we provoke it, it doesn't come and sting here. Vespids are about 288 species, but we are worried about the spotter wasp, red paper wasp, this yellow wasp and yellow potter wasp, and this hornets. The thing is that children, it is more over the picnic areas, it's more in the resort places, and it is on the floor. And the children tend to walk on the barefooted. They are attracted to foods, and as well as, you know, we have the habit of leaving this Coca-Cola tins and all open when we go to the resorts. So they tend to enter into the Coca-Cola tin box, and when we are accidentally drinking using it that they sort of, they are capable of producing huge anaphylactic reactions. And this one does not have autotomy. As we said, the bee sting, once it stings, the stinger is left there. Whereas in a Vespula, the stinger is not, they can sting repeatedly. They do not autotomize, and they're very aggressive. And that is the reason when you compare to bee sting, yellow jackets or Vespulas, the sting in multiple incidences are also more common, and their sensitization is also much higher. And they're located in grounds or cracks in building. The hornet is especially a very painful sting. It has got a large venom sac and has also got a neuro sting here. This is again one of the commonest one which we can find in the gardens. Polystis, the nets are open. They can also sting repeatedly. Why are the other two things? One is the bees we have completed, the other is the polystis. The third thing is your formicides, is the ant. Again, there are a lot of species. We get the home ants which are present in our own homes. We need not be worried about it. But what we need to be worried about is a big red ant that is coming, that's capable of producing a life-threatening reaction. So why are we worried about all these three? These are the three potential families that are capable of producing anaphylaxis. And just as in drug allergy, what is going to help you is history, history, history. So we are no need to know a complete history, where it was taking place. We only the exposure, the timing of exposure, everything is going to help. That is why a brief knowledge of the same is essential. So here, the biting insect allergy is something we are commonly facing as a pediatrician. So we leave about the other three. People asked, how many insect bites have you really seen? How many cases of anaphylaxis have you seen? Yes, I may not have seen, but the one case which I see, if I'm going to treat it properly, it's going to be life-saving. But about this biting insect allergy, yes, I'm seeing it quite often. I see the kissing bugs, I see the Skeeter syndrome, which comes with the cross-reactivity to the mosquito species and the horsefly producing reaction, the Tabatindae family. Okay, so what are the venom-derived allergens that is capable of producing anaphylaxis? All these three families have this 4 proteins, group A1, group A2, group 2, and group 3. What's quite significant is they don't cross-react. The phospholipases of B does not cross-react with Vespids or venom or the wasp, but the Vespids and wasp will cross-react with each other. Each of them have specific action. The phosphatases will inhibit the platelet aggregation, thereby helping the venom to spread. The hyaluronidase will cleave the extracellular matrix, that way facilitating the venom spread into the body. And so this is very important. These are capable of spreading into the blood within a matter of minutes. So we have had incidences within the bee bite had severe anaphylaxis reaction, and that is attributed to these chemicals. Here also, we have the major allergens and minor allergens. So again, CRD might help with us, but what are the main thing is the major allergens are with the proteins of the mammalian reproduction capable of producing a mass reaction. The minor allergens have homology with the plant pathogenesis. They do not cause major reactions, but for the other reactions, they form one of the important part. And for cross-reactivity also, minor derived allergens is the reasons. What is there in the mosquito that is producing the Skeeter syndrome is the apyriasis, which is capable of breakdown to release the phosphatase, as well as we have the hyaluronidase and lipocalcin producing the salivary derived allergens that is capable of producing the Skeeter syndrome. The main characters about this bee venoms, about the special characters, what we need to know is bee sting. The 150 micrograms is being released in per bite. So this again helps us to know how much of venom to be given during immunotherapy. And as I said, the lethal dose is about 2.8 to 3.5 milligrams. So if they're going to bite in a huge amount, the death might be caused due to mass invasion or due to the severe anaphylaxis here. Here, queen bee has a higher histamine content. That is why their bites are more notorious. Bumblebee is antigenically similar. So if you have got sensitized, even a bumblebee bite can be notorious for you. The Vespid venoms are more variable in composition, and they are very powerful allergens. That is why if you see the sensitization is more with Vespids and the wasp. The ant allergen, we are not able to extract. There are a lot of proteins, but we deal with the whole body extract only. But what is happening, it's got an alkaloid part that is capable of producing a sterile pustule. So this helps us to differentiate. So if it's going to be an ant bite, it's more, you can find the sterile pustule. If it's going to be a bee, you can see the stinger being left there. So why this knowledge of all this, which I've talked over nearly 7 minutes or half time of my talk, is because the rest of the action is already you have seen in drug allergy and all that. But what is very important is the characteristics of these bites. It will help you to manage the bites, plan, and also for immunotherapy. The type of reactions can be local as well as the systemic. The local is what we commonly get in the practice. So do we really need to worry about? Till about 10 millimeters, we classify them as a small. More than 10 millimeters, we call them as a large local reaction. The systemic reaction are like any other, similar to drug allergy. They are very, sooner they appear, it is more severe. The one thing is adult can present without cutaneous signs, but fortunately in pediatrics, children will present only with cutaneous signs. Most of them, 95% of the children who have systemic reaction will also have cutaneous reactions. So they will be the sole reaction in 15%, but 60% in children. So this urticaria, are you going to deal it as a systemic reaction? We will have to be very closely monitoring the child. So potentially life-threatening reaction, luckily, is very less in children when compared to that of the adult. So the pathogenesis, it can be IgE or non-IgE mediated. I don't want to go because the august audience knows what is IgE and non-IgE mediated. But why am I coming to that is, just as in drug allergy, IgE mediated can affect any system. So they can present with cutaneous, but you need to have a very close monitoring for gastrointestinal, respiratory, neurological also. But what is missed quite common in our practice, just in the other patient, is the non-IgE mediated reaction. So IgE comes within anywhere between 2 hours to 72 hours, but non-IgE manifests only after 72 hours. That's why a close monitoring is needed. And then again, it can affect any of the systems, as I said, renal interstitial nephritis and rhabdomyolysis is possible, hematological. It can also lead on to Guillain-Barré syndrome. So in these patients, when there is a massive inflammation, don't discharge them, or at least legally get a consent that they're going to come back for review, because they may present even up to 7 days. So how do you gauge the systemic reaction? Who are you going to closely monitor? One is the age. Children are suffering more of cutaneous rather than the systemic. The exposures, beekeepers, and pest controllers, gardeners who are repeatedly exposed, and those who have an elevated baseline tryptase. Sometimes the severe reaction comes in only those people who have a systemic mastocytosis, and the only way we will be able to find out is with the tryptase level. And are we doing it? It just requires the same machine for the biochemical analysis only, but we do not ask, so the lab does not do. So the more we ask, they will be able to do it for us here. And atopy, again, is not a predisposer to systemic reaction, but asthma is a major risk factor. And beta blockers, they will mask signs, so they will not respond to the only drug we give as an emergency, that is adrenaline. There are gradings for the insect stings, but how do you manage this patient? So we'll have to know for the acute management, prevention, and further management. So detailed history only will help in the diagnosis. Timing of exposure, the risk factors which are present, are they already exposed? What is the kind of profession? Whether they want to go outdoor, everything matters when we are going to identify the type of infect, as well as tell them whether the further treatment is necessary. And we also take into consideration the comorbid conditions. Investigations, the gold standard is of course, the skin testing only will help us. Now, the question quite commonly asked is the antigens available here? Yes, studies are there. So we do have certain pharmaceutical agencies here who are having it. But if you want a good standardized allergens, only the Western countries so far has been available. But when all of us ask for it, it will be available just like other allergens here. So it is done on patient. Beware here, it's only on more than 16 years and who have had a systemic reaction. Not done in children younger than 16 years, and who have skin reactions restricted, who have only reactions restricted to the skin, because the chances of only very less for going for future systemic reaction. The timing of testing should always be 4 to 6 weeks after this. And why are we very important in skin testing? Why are we insisting on that is because we need a good history. We need the skin testing to become positive. Then only we can go ahead with the immunotherapy here. Type of extract is allergenic extract here, and method of skin prick testing again is very, very important. Just like in drug testing, we start with very low concentration and work up to 100 microgram. People who have had severe reactions have reacted only in 100 micrograms. So we need to complete the full panel and go up to 10 times. And even once it is negative, you will also have to do the intradermal. Why don't we start with intradermal first? It's more sensitive, but it's capable of producing a huge reaction. So that is why we start with skin testing. And once it is negative, if you really want to prove it, go ahead with the intradermal test. If still comes negative, wait and again do it. And how often I can rely on the there are a lot of pitfalls in skin testing because you can get the false negative and you may not have the allergen extract. At that time, you go for in vitro testing, which is the serum specific IgE levels. So this you will do, but the clinical correlation is very less. A lot of patients who have serum specific IgE have not had skin testing positivity. So the clinical correlation is less. So that is why we rely more on skin testing and try to prove it maximum by the skin testing or the intradermal route. As I said, serum tryptase level, if available, take the blood and store it and send it within 4 hours of the anaphylaxis. It will definitely help us to find out mastocytosis as well as prevent any systemic reaction. Of course, this basophil activation test is more for immunotherapy. It helps us more there, as well as CRD. It was very beautifully covered in the earlier talk. This is to find out when you have the double, like B, you have positivity both to Bs as well as to Vespids. You don't know which is the real culprit. You do the CRD. This is one place where component result diagnostic testing is definitely going to help us here. So, because there are people who come with double hypersensitivity. If you're going to treat it, there's a different protocol for it. So we need to know the culprit protein exactly. So the management of venom allergy basically is avoidance. The other is treatment of the local reaction, which is ice cold packs and oral histamine. And for systemic reaction, you go ahead with oral antihistamine and ABCD of pulse. We never forget airway, breathing, circulation, and this is going to help us here. But what is definitely the saver is epinephrine. We have heard enough about it from Dr. Paramesh sir and in the drug allergy topic. So this has to be given. So the indication for referral to an allergist is who have had a systemic reaction to an insect sting and age more than 16 years. And in the minor cases, if their profession predisposes them to have for exposure, we have to think about immunotherapy here, or they have a condition that might complicate anaphylaxis. So this is the venom immunotherapy. I just know I was prepared for 25 minutes. I'm just cutting. Just give me 1 minute, I'll finish it off. So venom immunotherapy, it's a only specific treatment. Compared to aeroallergens, it's got of about 95 to 97% of efficacy. And the goal is to reduce a life-threatening reaction, give a mental peace to the patient so that they can get back to the work easily. So these are the various, I'm not going detail about the therapies that are the type of therapies are like conventional and conventional rush and ultra rush, but it's just to know that a lot of therapy treatment is available. Suppose a patient wants to go for a trekking within a day or within a week or so, we can go with ultra rush, but it has got its own complication. But what is the role of us and what is going to be the future is getting a modified Indianized version of epinephrine. So this is the one. The other thing is creating an awareness about both IgE and non-IgE. And then the fourth one where we have a large role is availability of standardized venom extract in India. So that's the future which our subspecialty chapter has to be concentrating on. So the take-home messages are anaphylaxis to insect stings can occur in 1% in children. Cutaneous reactions are more common, though we don't investigate, but in an adult, we do investigate. Venom skin testing are very accurate to diagnosis and degree of sensitivity does not predict. And if they are going from the emergency care, do ensure that you give epinephrine to them. Allergy consultation is required for specific cases and venom therapy is very, very effective and we need to prescribe for those patients who really require it. So coming back to the case study. So case study 1 is nothing but the Skeeter syndrome. So we'll have to tell that he's going to outgrow that. Case study 2 was a large local reaction with a red hand in a child who was less than 16 years, does not warrant any further investigation. What is required is only a careful counseling to them and also just tell them that we have to wait, that the risk of future reaction. As an adult, if they ask a question, it is cannot be predicted. Case study 3 was definitely a non-IgE mediated reaction because if you had counseled them enough, yes, it was due to interstitial nephritis happening in that patient. They should have waited and we should have had a close monitoring of the patient here. So I thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity to talk on a very less discussed subject, but I think in the future we'll discuss about it more. I thank the organizers for the hospitality and the opportunity. Thank you.
Sensitivity. It is very informative. You made it concise in spite of big topic.
Thank you, sir.
And I think nowadays this type of cases are more in pediatric practice, not only in rural, semi-urban, but in urban areas also.
Sure, definitely.
On lighter mode, It is not bread and butter for pediatric practice, but maybe lizard in pediatric practice.
But we are going more towards the alternate now. Infections is coming down, as Ramesh sir said, and this is increasing more. And when you put yourself as an allergy specialist, Dr. Sitesh Roy sir will also accept it is more of a skin related, these sort of an allergy related practice that comes to us first when you call yourself as an allergicologist. So we need to at least specialize in insect venom, hypersensitivity, food allergy, as Dr. Neeraj was saying, because pulmonologists will deal with respiratory. We as an allergy specialist need to have more idea on these three things.
I have one point to emphasize that it is very difficult to convince the patient for cutaneous hypersensitivity. We write in the HSR to insect bite, but it is very difficult to convince them for cutaneous hypersensitivity reactions.
No, we are not going to investigate any child with cutaneous reaction now, sir. Until now, we are investigating those adults who have developed systemic reaction and who are over 16 years. Any of the two systems is involved, just in drug allergy only. So we don't need to convince them. What we need to convince them, for them, the fear is whether the large local reaction will proceed to systemic reaction. That we need to give them reassurance. It does not predict so. And then we can teach them about emergency management. That is what we are going to do. And for the Skeeter syndrome, it's very ugly to look at, especially for this fair-skinned people who come to NRIs. And the pigmentation one, it doesn't go off till 6 months. So that also they need a lot of counseling. So they do not take the lotion. Even a single mosquito bite can produce a large. So we need to tell them about, using full dresses, and this will go away. That sort of a counseling will be needed. So 90% of this are the large. How do we manage the parents for LLR and the Skeeter syndrome? That's why I touched on those both.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next topic is anaphylaxis. Very, very important topic. Before we start, I would just like to narrate one incident which I witnessed recently. I was coming from US on a flight from New York to Delhi. Announcement was done. I could hear some screaming. Announcement was done whether any doctor is available. I went and saw. So one 14-year boy was having hives all over body, and he had swollen lips, and he was complaining of shortness of breath and blackouts. And I just asked quickly. So his mother said he's allergic to cashews, and he had chola masala on the flight. So it was very panicky situation. All of a sudden, if someone comes like this. So I just asked for antihistaminic. I gave antihistaminic. I knew about EpiPen because my nephew is severely allergic to cashew. I gave him EpiPen. It's a really, really wonder drug, sir. It just takes a second to give it. And then we put him on oxygen. And again, the symptoms were not relieved. So I again had to give him EpiPen after 15 minutes. And then after some time, he was okay. So it's very, very important topic. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Vikram Patra from Mumbai. And he's associate professor and pediatric allergist at MGF Navi Mumbai. He's national trainer for childhood allergic diseases, education and under 5 visas and cough modules. He's a section editor on Allergy Journal of Pediatric Pulmonology.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. At the outset, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. And ma'am, very beautiful case presentation that you summarized my presentation today. When topic was allotted to me, anaphylaxis, I thought it's simple because most of the talks today would cover all the points related to anaphylaxis. Then what's there? But I read the tagline, uncommon or underdiagnosed. So I went through. So let us discuss whether it is an uncommon condition or an underdiagnosed condition. So before I begin, let me bow down in front of my teacher and mentor, Professor Major K. Nagaraju sir. Let us discuss whether we have come across all these cases, what ma'am discussed. A 2-year-old was given prawns, developed rashes all over the body with cough and dyspnea. On examination, flushing was there. The child was irritable. Facial edema, tachycardia, tachypnea, inspiratory stridor along with wheeze was there. 9-month-old infant came for vaccination, received MMR vaccine, and after 20 minutes developed rashes all over the body, cough and dyspnea, and swelling of lips. The third case, 10-year-old child
received ceftriaxone IV while hospitalized, and after a few minutes collapsed with flushing, stridor, and wheezing. So is it uncommon? No. The lifetime prevalence of anaphylaxis is currently estimated at 0.05 to 2% in US and 3% in Europe. Unfortunately, we have less data, but still we have the mortality data for anaphylaxis in our country, which accounts for around 1 to 3% of overall population. And anaphylaxis accounts for approximately 0.26% of overall hospitalizations. So according to a recent systematic review in children, the incidence of anaphylaxis ranged from 1 to 61 per 1 lakh person year. So whether we have come across such treatment. So from those cases and from those studies, we are sure that that is not that uncommon. But what about the treatment, the diagnosis? Child presenting with such symptoms, receiving injection, Dexa and Avil. You all will agree, right from our general practitioners to our residents at casualty, the first line management, what they go for is Avil and Dexa. Getting nebulization if there is respiratory involvement, and receiving oral hydroxygen for the rashes, topical calamines for rashes. So as Dr. Ramesh sir mentioned, there are various studies on the knowledge, attitude, and practices by the physicians. And results were, many were not knowing about the diagnosis of anaphylaxis, and many were hesitant in using adrenaline. So several lines of evidence indicate that a substantial proportion of healthcare providers do not recognize anaphylaxis on time. They are misdiagnosed as a milder allergic reaction, leading to treatment of anaphylaxis using antihistamines. In one retrospective analysis, it was found that among 23 anaphylactic patients, only 57% had not received the diagnosis of anaphylaxis and not received timely treatment. So it remains, anaphylaxis is said to be underdiagnosed, underreported, and undertreated. So an anaphylactic reaction in adults and children in emergency are frequently not recognized, leading to underutilization of epinephrine. Luck of that child was there, good ma'am, that you carried epinephrine during your flight. Despite many international guidelines, anaphylaxis continues to be underdiagnosed, undernotified, and undertreated. So why? There are a lot of definitions, right, from various organizations from 2011 to 2019. Now the widely used definition what we use is a severe life-threatening systemic hypersensitivity reaction characterized by rapid in onset with potentially life-threatening airway, breathing, or circulatory problems, usually, not always, associated with skin and mucosal changes. Sometimes absence of skin may mislead us. So then who should know about anaphylaxis? Is it the role of only physician? No. Beyond allergists and physicians, nursing staff, healthcare workers, parents, school teachers, students, and restaurant owners should also have the knowledge of anaphylaxis, its recognition and treatment. So let us know about anaphylaxis in brief. The symptoms of anaphylaxis are highly variable. Skin and mucosal symptoms occur most frequently, more than 90% of cases, making the diagnosis easy, but still in 10% it may not be there. Symptoms involving the respiratory and cardiovascular system, more than 50% of cases will have. So we have different diagnostic criteria. We have new NIAID FAN criteria, which was updated in 2021. Any one out of three. So what are those three? First criteria, sudden onset of an illness, minutes to several hours, with involvement of the skin, mucosal tissue, or both. So this is sudden onset, no history. The child has not taken anything, or you don't know what the child consumed. But if they present with all these symptoms, and what symptoms? At least one of the following, along with the skin rash, any one of the following, either respiratory or change in blood pressure. But if you know the various allergens, and if you get something which the child was not knowing, but some type of allergen if the child has taken. Then 2 or more of the following that occurs suddenly after. Here the GI symptoms is an addition along with blood pressure, respiratory as well as skin changes. But the third one, exposure to a known allergen, as in the case with what Madam discussed, there was known. So in such cases, you need not wait for rash. Only change in blood pressure can you should know. If a child has collapsed after consuming a known allergen, you should think of anaphylaxis and you should start treatment. So let us go through a case scenario. Case of Master M. He's a 3-year-old male child. Developed sudden itching of skin with rashes, followed by acute onset stridor and breathlessness. He was rushed to emergency room where his systolic blood pressure was detected to be 70. He was diagnosed well and managed well as anaphylaxis. What further questions to be asked? On inquiry at home, he had consumed prawns. So now the child was managed properly, but we need to know the etiology so that future recurrences can be prevented. But never he had such reactions to fish. So family history on inquiring, there is family history of AR in mother. So then what are the causative agents we should know? The prevalence of various causes of anaphylaxis are age dependent and vary in different geographical regions. So in children and infants and young adolescents and adults, the most common cause of anaphylaxis is food. So these are the most common 8 common food substances which can cause allergies and then thus anaphylaxis. They are milk, egg, peanut, tree nut, wheat, soya, fish and shellfish. But whereas in adults, most common triggers are drugs and insect stings. And among the drugs, most common are antimicrobials. Now, as a pediatrician, we must remember, though rare, even vaccines can cause anaphylaxis. And these are the structures. The vaccine per se is not allergenic, but the substances in them, like egg proteins, gelatin, they are allergenic. So when we give vaccines, we can have different type of scenario. And I'm sure all of us must have experienced, after giving injection, child, particularly an older child, collapses as soon as you give injection. Is that anaphylaxis? No. Anaphylaxis generally takes little time. Immediately, it is vasovagal reaction. And it is the most common or closest differential for anaphylaxis. So how to differentiate? Immediately feel for the carotids. Feel for the carotids. If there is tachycardia, but weak, it is anaphylaxis. But if it is slow, bradycardia is there, it is vasovagal. You see the interval as I mentioned, anaphylaxis take at least 20 to 30 minutes to develop, but sudden will be vasovagal. And blood pressure, you will see hypotension in both. But blood pressure will respond if you make the child immediately flat with leg and elevation, vasovagal will respond, anaphylaxis will not. So let us go through, before jumping on to the management part, gross idea of the mechanism. For any allergy condition, we know IgE are produced, they are bound to the mast cells. Allergen comes, cross-links, and it causes degranulation of mast cell, releasing the histamine. So this is the mast cell degranulation. But this release can be by IgE and can be non-IgE. So non-IgE is generally by IgG mediated, complement and contact or coagulation system involvement. And non-immunologic, sometimes direct activation. The drug or the allergen will go and directly stimulate the mast cell to release histamine. And many times it is idiopathic, not fitting into both. So IgE mediated, these are the common allergens like foods, medications. In medications, we have beta-lactam antibiotics, NSAIDs. Then we have sesame, milk. These are the few common allergens which can cause anaphylaxis through IgE mediated. And in non-IgE, we have immunological mechanism like IgE independent. These are radio contrast media. A child collapsed in the CT scan while doing CT scan or MRI. So radio contrast media, NSAIDs, biological agents, and non-immunological directly mast cells activation by physical factors alcohol, and certain medications can cause directly activation of the mast cell. Now, there are certain factors. Sometimes with the same allergen, anaphylaxis may be more severe. So these are if the child has got atopic predisposition, having asthma or any other respiratory disease, allergic rhinitis or eczema, having psychiatric illness increases the severity because the diagnosis gets delayed. And there are certain cofactors. If the person is taking certain medications like beta blockers, AC inhibitors, NSAIDs, the severity of anaphylaxis will increase. If an adult person on alcohol or antidepressants, substance abuse, in them also the anaphylaxis will be severe. Exercise, acute infections, endocrinal problems, emotional disturbances, all these amplify anaphylaxis. Now coming to the management, when we come to management, few questions come to our mind, and which is the drug of choice? What is the first line of drug? Which is the life-saving drug? And what is the safest drug in case of doubt? Safest drug. So the answer for all these questions is one, that is injection adrenaline or epinephrine. And epinephrine injection is the safest one. Even in doubt, we must go. Why not injection Avil and why not injection hydrocortisone or Dexa? We need to understand where all these drugs act. So now you can see cardiovascular system involvement, skin involvement, and behavior. Adrenaline acts more on the effects on the systems, whereas the antihistamine, they also acts on all these, but their effect is more on skin, cutaneous. Their effect is less on the cardiovascular, and the child or the person is going to die because of system involvement. So what we want? We want to protect the system first. So that's why adrenaline. And it has to be intramuscular, never subcutaneous, because the absorption is faster when given intramuscular. Now dose recommendation, this was the ready reckoner. Below 10 kg, it was per kg, 0.01 mg per kg of the what adrenaline ampule we get. Children aged 1 to 5 years, 0.15 mg, that is 0.15 ml. Children aged 6 to 12 years, 0.3. And previous guidelines, in teenagers and adults, it was 0.5. But in the latest guidelines, in the latest update, they have changed it to 0.3 milligram. But in certain situations like overweight adult, in them 0.5 can also be used. So positioning after adrenaline injection, simultaneously position is very important. Fatality can occur within minutes if a patient stands, walks, or sits suddenly during the attack. So patient must not walk or stand even if they appear to have recovered. So do not allow the patient. And these are the positions recommended. The patient should be lying down supine. Even he can sit, but legs should be straight. If an infant can be taken on the lap, but the child should be in a horizontal position, should not be hold ventrally. And if vomiting is there or pregnancy is there, you should ask the patient to be on the left lateral position. This is a complex thing for the management. To make it more simple, let's go. If in doubt, give adrenaline. Even if you are not sure of the diagnosis of anaphylaxis, sorry, so go for adrenaline. I am adrenaline. And then simultaneously, you take care of the system. If there is stridor, go for stridor management by giving nebulized adrenaline. If wheezing is there, start with salbutamol nebulization. If blood pressure is low, go for circulatory correction with IV fluids. But if the symptoms are not yet relieved, at 5 to 10 minutes interval, you can repeat adrenaline and we can repeat for 3 times. And if still he is not responding, the child should be immediately shifted to ICU and infusion adrenaline must be started. And if persistent hypotension is there, then noradrenaline is added. And if you get the history of consumption of beta blockers, you have to go for glucagon. Now, continuing with the case of Master M. After 6 months, family went to a restaurant for a get-together. He consumed fish only this time because he had no reaction to fish. But immediately, he developed similar episode and was hospitalized. So what is the problem? Has he become allergic to fish also? So history is important. Parents got scared. One more allergen. So on digging the history and inquiring at the restaurant, the same utensil was used to cook fish and prawns. So that contamination also can cause allergy. And for etiological diagnosis, after 4 to 6 weeks, we should ask the child to go for a skin prick test. And the child was found to sensitize to dust mite, and fish was negative. So parents were relieved. And as Dr. Kashyapi mentioned about the role of component result diagnosis, for cross reactivity, as the child had prawns allergy, to look for whether derpy-10 was affected. CRD was advised. During the second episode, he got settled within 2 hours, as in the first episode. So not convinced for hospitalization, went home. The same day, during midnight, he started feeling similar episode. And parents were taught to administer injection adrenaline. So we must always train parents, because there are chances of recurrences. So parents must know how to give injection adrenaline at home. So they gave and brought him for hospitalization. So what is this condition? So he had responded, they didn't get hospitalized, they went back, and after a few hours, he came back with one more episode. So what was the problem here? So this is biphasic reaction, what we say, biphasic. Biphasic, the child responds, and within 4 to 12 hours, the second episode of phase, that is called the second phase of symptoms. So that's why patients, or they should not be discharged for a period. They need monitoring. So what is the duration of monitoring? Actually, there is little evidence to guide such, but there are bodies recommending clinical monitoring for a period of at least 4 hours. As we know, within 4 hours, they can present. So at least 4 hours. But sometimes overnight hospitalization is required if the patient has come from far, if the reaction was severe enough, if there was past episode also. So we must ask them to stay for at least 12 to 24 hours. So now key consideration for longer management of anaphylaxis. Identification of triggers must to avoid recurrences. So for that, what we need detailed history taking, confirmatory by in vivo and in vitro test. Written action plan should be given, and parents should be taught how to manage. Availability of epinephrine for prompt administration as early as possible. Prevention of recurrences, and follow-up reassess for original cause of anaphylaxis. But we know we don't have adrenaline EpiPen, and for sure with Paramesh sir's efforts, we are going to get EpiPen. But till then, what we can have in our clinic, and what advice we can give to parents also, pre-filled adrenaline injection, 0.5 ml with a longer needle, can be kept protected from light in a radio opaque pencil box or a spectacle box. And the expiry date and the date of filling should be mentioned, because it can be kept for 3 months. It need not be changed daily. And just to see whether there is color change. If there is color change, we should discard it early also. So take home messages. Having a low threshold in diagnosis and awareness. So it's not uncommon. It is most of the time underdiagnosed. So having low threshold will improve our diagnosis and proper timely treatment. Food allergy in our pediatric age group is the most common trigger. Treatment is adrenaline, adrenaline, and adrenaline. We must train our staff. We must train our residents to go for adrenaline even in slightest doubt. Positioning is important. Monitoring is required to avoid the biphasic reactions. All clinics must have a pre-filled injection adrenaline to combat anaphylaxis. It will not knock your doors and come. So all should have adrenaline. Even we are carrying vaccination day and night. So we should have adrenaline pre-filled with us. Patients, parents, caregivers, and school authorities must be sensitized and trained to recognize anaphylaxis and provide first aid. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram Padra, for your extensive talk on anaphylaxis.
Thank you.
I have 3 questions. Are we Indian are late or underdiagnosing in anaphylaxis?
Yes, sir. Not only Indians, many Western countries also, the threshold is not that low. So it is many a times underdiagnosed, and we know mistakes done by our residents and general practitioners also. And many times we have seen a child developed rash or something after ceftriaxone. First drug comes into play is Avil or chlorpheniramine maleate.
How we should be prepared medical legally as far as this anaphylaxis is concerned in pediatric practice?
So now, like ceftriaxone, no drug means if you have taken consent and if you have given and if you are ready to handle, even if you are in drug allergies, it will be said that no need to go for skin testing for ceftriaxone injection, but you should be ready. You should be ready in managing. And if you are ready and if you have not given adrenaline, then you are at fault. But if you have given adrenaline, that developing anaphylaxis after ceftriaxone was not there in our hand. So medical legally, we are safe if we are following the treatment protocol.
Is this EpiPen is available in India?
No, as Paramesh sir said, it costs around 18,000 to 20,000 if it is being imported. But luckily, sir, for last 5 years struggling with an Indian Institute of Science, they are coming with our endogenous or indigenous EpiPen, which will cost only 500 rupees to the patient. And soon, in next 6 months to 1 year, we are going to get them.
Do you recommend some of the places for allergy testing in India?
What type of allergy testing, sir? A skin prick test. So most of the allergies, they do skin allergy test, and serum specific IG are done by standard labs also. So gold standard is skin prick test.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, tree nuts means all what are cashew, almonds, and all those they come into the category of tree nut. Are nuts. Nuts. Peanut is not considered among tree nuts, so it is categorized separately. Now, as it is from the serum, it can be sent immediately also. Like we can do serum specific IG, CID can be done immediately.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram.
Pardon, sir? Yes, I purposely, because the time constant was there for 20 minutes, I skipped that slide. Serum tryptase is the diagnostic, but we should not wait and wait for serum tryptase. We should start immediately treatment. We should not do serum tryptase level within the first hour. It peaks between 1 to 2 hours. So when you are applying Intracat, that time you can collect. And one more sample has to be collected between 1 to 2 hours. And the third sample should be collected after 24 hours of the attack to know the baseline. Sometimes we may deal with mastocytosis where the baseline tryptase level will be high. So to differentiate it, we must take one baseline after 24 hours of the anaphylaxis episode. And anything above 10 is considered to be positive.
Thank you, Dr. Vikram. Over to Dr. Desai, madam.
Thank you.
So our next topic is also very important. We all give steroids. Big question is how much, how long, and how it is important. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Dipti Pujari from Pune. She'll be talking on steroids in allergic child. When is it too much or too less? She is a well-known allergy specialist and pediatrician at Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital, Pune. She has been trained in UK and Chennai. She is a recipient of 13 gold medals at MBBS level. She is national trainer of IAP childhood allergic diseases education and has authored various chapters on allergy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. Good evening, everyone. Soon it's going to be good night also. I'll try and make it short. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Kiratkar, sir, you all have done a wonderful job. When sir called me and gave me this topic, even Dr. Kiratkar, he was laughing and I was also laughing because we both knew that we don't know this and there are no clear-cut guidelines. So I did have some problem. So what today I'm going to do, I have been given only 20 minutes. Initially it was 25, so I'll cut down my slides. I'm going to quote the studies which are showing what is too much steroid and where we should get warned. So in allergic conditions treated with steroids, we know we are all treating atopic dermatitis, asthma, allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis, contact dermatitis. Anything in allergy is treated with either topical or oral or inhaled or intraocular, intranasal steroids. So what could be the danger point? Let's see. Atopic dermatitis, we all know successful treatment depends on how we deliver the steroid and how potent and how frequently we used it. So what are the standard guidelines? I have mentioned the studies everywhere in the bottom in pink color. So nothing is mine here. I have quoted all the studies. So topical steroids should be used for acute flare-ups for 2 weeks maximum, at the most 4 weeks. And which steroids? Minimal potency steroids, daily, twice daily application. Proactive therapy twice weekly, and till the patient goes, to prevent relapses, up to 16 weeks, again, the least potent steroid. And what is appropriate? The guideline says that fluticasone propionate 0.05% cream, desonide 0.05% gel, and hydrocortisone butyrate 0.1% lotion are safe in even 3-month-old age group. Then what are the recommendations? The studies say ultra high potency topical steroid should not be used continuously for longer than 3 weeks. And low to high potency topical steroids should not be used continuously for more than 3 months. And what are these potency? Now here, remember, class 7 is the least potent and class 1 is ultra high potent. Here you see in class 7, there is hydrocortisone, and even in class 4, there is hydrocortisone. So which molecule, whether it is gel, whether it is lotion, cream, it all depends. So just putting hydrocortisone, I'm using a very low potent, so I'm safe. No, you have to see whether you are using hydrocortisone acetate or is it hydrocortisone valerate, whether it's ointment or it's gel. It makes all the difference. So this is just a simple slide. I have broken it down into simpler. So desonide and hydrocortisone as such are very safe. Betamethasone and clobetasone are ultra high potent, and we should be avoiding them in children. And as I said, the vehicle is very important. So ointments are most potent, then creams, lotions, gels, and foams and shampoos are least potent. And so percutaneous absorption depends on stratum corneum barrier. Diseased skin will increase the absorption, and horny layer acts as a reservoir. So just one application may continue to get absorbed in the skin. And how much? We all know 1 fingertip unit should cover 2 of our adult palm. Our fingertip should cover our palms, and 1 fingertip is 0.5 gram. So we see in 6 to 10-year-old child, to cover the back and the buttocks, we need 5 fingertip units. That is 5 into 0.5, because 1 fingertip unit is 0.5 grams. So 5 5s are 2.5 grams are needed to cover the back and buttocks of a 10-year-old child. So a face and back of the neck of just a 6-month-old infant will need only 0.5 gram, 1 fingertip unit. So this chart works really well. And where high and ultra high should not be used in thin areas and should not be used under occlusion. And because occlusion, it increases the absorption several times. Low potency steroids can be used on larger surface areas for longer durations and even on thinner skins. And as the guidelines say, oral steroids should only be used for 0.5 milligram per kg per day for not more than a week. So what prolonged use of topical steroid can cause systemic effects, and what systemic effects are we looking at? We are looking at suppression for hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, Cushing syndrome, growth retardation, ocular glaucoma, loss of vision, and avascular necrosis of femoral head. And inadvertently, we might increase the cytomegalovirus or herpes simplex infection if there is already a viral infection in the eyes or the skin. Percutaneous absorption of topical steroid, less than 2% of topically applied steroid, that is hydrocortisone, is absorbed into the systemic circulation after a single day stay on application for more than a day. So what is too much then? What is iatrogenic Cushing syndrome? Most commonly affected, unfortunately, they were the infants. The study says infants were most commonly affected because they were prescribed injudicially for diaper dermatitis. Simple thing like diaper dermatitis led to iatrogenic Cushing syndrome. And clobetasol was the worst possible steroid that could have been used in an infant. Clobetasol and betamethasone was used, and the median duration of application were 2.75 months. And this is not uncommon. I have 9, 10, 11-year-old boys, 1 year of clobetasol. Some GP had started clobetasol. They forgot to follow up. Maybe the GP had not intended, don't know. For 1 year, the mother was applying clobetasol. So these cases do happen. So then what is too much? The studies showed the use of clobetasol propionate 0.05% in a dose of 2 grams, remember 2 to 2.5 gram was to cover the whole of back and buttock, can decrease morning cortisol levels after a few days. Adrenal suppression, however, with dose more than 50 grams a week and use over 100 grams a week can result in Cushing's syndrome. So that's quite a lot of steroid. So Cushing's syndrome was also repeated with relatively low potent steroid like triamcinolone acetonide 0.1% when used in 38 grams daily under occlusion. As I said, it increases the absorption several folds for around 4 years. So again, for extremely long duration, 4 years. Growth impairment has been reported in infant treated with betamethasone valerate. Valerate again is the highest potent steroid for 3 years using 30 grams per week. So what is the conclusion in topical steroids? All cases of prolonged HPA axis suppression were due to misuse of the drug. Prolonged daily application over several months or years on large body surface areas. Transient and reversible reduction of HPA axis can be seen if you are using for few days, but they don't show clinical symptoms. If age and dose appropriate steroids are used for recommended duration and appropriate sites, then systemic steroid toxicity is highly unlikely. Let's see what about asthma. Because once we are allergists, we see all these cases. Inhaled corticosteroids are frequently used, we all know, and types of inhaled corticosteroids, beclomethasone, budesonide, fluticasone, propionate, mometasone, furoate, and some new ones like seclisonide and flunisolide. Now, what are the systemic effects? Again, it depends on type of steroids, dosage, pharmacokinetics, inhaler, which type we are using, method of administration, and last but not the least, inter-patient differences. We don't know which patient will react in which way. So these are again not my guidelines. These are GINA guidelines. GINA has given some specific doses according to the ages. We all know beclomethasone more than 400, but the equivalent dose of fluticasone could be more than 200. So which molecule, which age, which whether it's dry powder, whether it's metered dose inhaler, aerosol, we have to take into consideration. This is just the simpler form of it. So what do GINA guidelines say? The maximum recommended dose under 5 is 400 microgram per day of beclomethasone or equivalent. Children between 5 to 12 years, 800 microgram per day maximum. Doses above 800 microgram per day are not licensed, even though we might use sometimes, but they are not licensed. So then what is too much? Effect of, I went through this study, effect of long-term inhaled corticosteroid therapy on adrenal suppression, growth, and bone health. What did this study do? It took children between 3 to 9 years. These are a common asthmatic age groups. Total 70 children were taken. And the average daily dose of inhaled corticosteroid, that is beclomethasone, used was in 100 to 200, 200 to 400, or more than 400, low, medium, and high. What were the results? So adrenal suppression, all the children who were treated for less than 12 months, none had adrenal suppression. 12 to 18 months, 1 out of 5 had, 18 to 24, 3 out of 3 had, and more than 24 months, 13 out of 53 had adrenal suppression. An increase in adrenal suppression was noted with increasing duration of therapy. And this association between duration of corticosteroid therapy and adrenal suppression was found to be statistically significant. This was for the duration. What about the dose? So when high dose, more than 400 microgram per day of beclomethasone was used, 12 out of 10 showed adrenal suppression. For medium dose, 6 out of 29 showed, and for low dose, only 1 out of 29. This 1 out of 29 was found significantly that it is not significant. So 58% had received high doses of inhaled corticosteroid, that is more than 400 microgram of beclomethasone. The association between the inhaled corticosteroid therapy and adrenal suppression was again statistically significant. When it came to growth, no child's height was below the mid-parental height, and this was not statistically significant. So it did not affect the growth. So the study concluded that high cumulative dose, that is more than 400 microgram per day, had been received by 58.8% children who showed adrenal suppression, and 76.5 had been given treatment for more than 2 years. So inhaled steroids can cause adrenal suppression when administered in high doses, that is more than 400 microgram per day for beclomethasone for longer durations, that is more than 18 to 24 months. This is too much. And which molecule? Again, fluticasone given at half that daily dose of beclomethasone or budesonide leads to small improvements in the measures of airway caliber, but it appears to have a higher risk of causing side effects when given at the same daily dose. So if you give fluticasone at 400, then it is same daily dose, which can be potentially very harmful. But fluticasone at an equivalent dose, which is 200 for an equivalent of 400 of beclomethasone, does seems to inhibit growth less than beclomethasone or budesonide. And why is this so? Because the potential advantage of a higher inhaled corticosteroid potency is that the lower inhaled dose is required to occupy the same numbers of glucocorticoid receptors in the airways, resulting in lower daily dose for equivalent efficacy. So lower daily dose, but if you continue to give in 400, then it could be very harmful. And the routes inhaled, what is the systemic bioavailability? For triamcinolone 25, beclomethasone 62, budesonide 38, and fluticasone it is 16. Fluticasone propionate, we don't have furet as inhalers. So asthma, we know oral, again the studies say 1 to 2 milligram for 5 days of prednisolone or dexamethasone 0.3 to 0.6 per day for 1 to 5 days are safe enough. They have not shown any adrenal suppression. So conclusion, if inhaled corticosteroids are used in good proper doses for proper appropriate timing according to the GINA guidelines, we are safe. What about intranasal steroids? No significant impact of HPA axis function and ocular side effects was seen in third generation intranasal steroids. And what are the doses? These are the doses. The rank order of some of the current available intranasal steroids in order of lipophilicity. Why is it important? I'll tell. From highest to lowest, mometasone furet or fluticasone furet, then fluticasone propionate, beclomethasone, budesonide, and triamcinolone acetonide. So what is it? Suppose there was again this study done by Lipworth. What did they do? They took 200 microgram of all these, triamcinolone, beclomethasone, fluticasone propionate, everything. What did they see? 30% if gets deposited on the nose, the whole thing goes into the systemic circulation. 70% of that gets swallowed in the gut, and 77% goes in the first pass effect and gets deactivated in triamcinolone and beclomethasone. But for fluticasone furet and mometasone furet, only 1.4 gram is left because 99% gets deactivated by the first part hepatic effect. So ultimately we see the total absorbed dose by swallowing in budesonide, which is 14 grams and triamcinolone versus only 1.4 microgram for mometasone furet and fluticasone propionate. And of course this 60 microgram is getting absorbed. But look at this side, the corticosteroids intranasal route, the bioavailability of fluticasone propionate is just 0.42% and mometasone is 0.46%. But when I show you this slide, 60 plus 1.4 doesn't turn out to be 0.4. Then why is this discrepancy? It is because after getting absorbed, fluticasone, mometasone, they are not just active. Then there is lipid conjugation, there is volume of distribution, there is protein binding, renal excretion. All these things ultimately lead to this 0.46 and 0.42. So ultimately we see mometasone furet and fluticasone propionate or fluticasone furet are extremely safe. So what is too much then? Then again, these studies were done for 98 children were taken, studied for 1 year. Mometasone furet 100 microgram was given at the age of between 3 to 9-year-old kids. No effect of cortisol suppression or growth inhibition was seen. In adults also for 5.5 years it was given budesonide, but that was an adult study and again no suppression was seen. Conclusion, in general, no significant topical or systemic complications were observed in these studies. The newer formulations are much cheaper, but new studies continue to add to the reassurance of the safety of intranasal steroids in the treatment of allergic rhinitis. But still, we do not answer whether these children should be followed, or they can just be blindly given 3 months, 6 months. So definitely we need to follow them up professionally. Coming to allergic conjunctivitis, 4 minutes left. So I have quoted these steroids on the ascending order of their potency. Hydrocortisone being least potent, loteprednol very less potent and a good intraocular steroid. 0.5%, 0.2%, 0.1% are the formulations available. Fluorometholone, dezonide, remoxolone, prednisolone, dexamethasone, betamethasone being the most potent. Should be given 2 to 3 times a day. Only in severe cases of refractory vernal keratoconjunctivitis and atopic keratoconjunctivitis, and only for very short pulsed therapy because of potential side effects of cataract, glaucoma, and blindness. Again, these studies were done for a shortage of time. Loteprednol etobenate, 0.2%, not 0.5, was found to be safe even after 12 months. Okay. Another study showed 54 children from the age 4 to 8 years were randomized. One eye received 1% remoxolone, the other eye fluorometholone 4 times daily for 4 weeks. Intraocular pressure increased significantly in both the treatment groups. Conclusion, it would be desirable to monitor intraocular pressure regularly when remoxolone therapy is used in children. When preservative-free dexamethasone 0.01%, normally commercially we get with some preservative and 0.1%, but 0.01% used and followed up for 4 to 60 months. It was used for short duration and the children were followed for 4 to 60 months. No increase in intraocular pressure was seen. So conclusion, intraocular pressure rise usually occurs 3 to 6 weeks following the topical steroid use. Injudicious use of steroid leads to vision-threatening complications like ocular hypertension and glaucoma in children of vernal keratoconjunctivitis. Weak steroids like loteprednol, fluorometholone should be used instead of higher potency steroids, and vision and intraocular pressure should be monitored fortnightly in children using topical steroids to detect steroid responders at the earliest. We all know this is contact dermatitis. Again, it is like atopic. The area is normally small. We should go and detect the cause of contact and avoid the allergen. So my concluding slide, the systemic bioavailability of different topical steroids used to treat asthma, rhinitis varies greatly. In some cases to almost 100-fold. For example, beclomethasone has a systemic bioavailability following inhalation of 62% and via intranasal route 44%. In contrast, fluticasone propionate delivered to the lung has a bioavailability of 16%, and fluticasone propionate delivered via nose has 0.42%. Consequently, the potential for systemic effects can be substantially reduced by careful selection of the steroid use. The most effective treatments for atopic dermatitis, asthma, and rhinitis are topically administered corticosteroids. By careful selection of steroids, the possibility of systemic effects can be minimized, even though the total daily dose received may be increased. Consideration should be taken to allergen identification and avoidance, which can reduce the need of medication. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have made this very important topic look very simple, and that too in stipulated time. Thank you so much. We'll remember this algorithm in our day-to-day practice. Thank you so much. So here I declare the session is over.
Thank you, ma'am. We now come to the end of today's exhaustive, interesting, and informative academic session. Thank you so much, everyone, for patient listening. Also, we request everyone to join us for banquet at Hotel Regenta Central, 8 p.m. tonight, 8 p.m. onwards tonight. Thank you.